It's a me, Weeb. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is the BT9, and we are back playing Sweet Fuse at your side, which is a video game that exists. I promise. So how are you all? Hello Metal, hello Cyan, hello Echo. How's life? You can't. You must be pretty close though, right? Who the hell can use it? Yeah, you're close. Okay. Oh. Didn't I used to have a rank? Oh, here it is. Oh, okay. So only 5 people can use it? That's not what it said. Oh, it is. It is. Oh well. Trying to maintain sanity. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? And hey, at least you got Monokuma, right? Well, guys, I was still very unproductive today, so let's try to get some shit done in the game, right? I bought a game on Steam today like a fucking nerd. That's what I am. Ori and the Will of the Wisps, 67% off. Fucking nerd. Bought it. Nice. Yeah. It was less than 10 euros. And I loved the first one, which I also had to buy on Steam because I'm a fucking nerd. Ori is great. It really is. It really is. I had so much fun with that game. I can't play it anymore. I don't know why. I must have totally forgotten how it's played. The other day, I thought to myself, oh, maybe I'll try to get some achievements in this. I booted up the game again. I tried to play, like, I didn't remember how to play at all. I couldn't, for the life of me, get out of the last dungeon. I couldn't even leave. I don't remember it being that complicated. I shot up out of bed, startled awake by a bad dream. Gosh, it was horrible. Everybody betrayed everyone else. The dream was probably just my brain trying to deal with what I'd seen Shirabe and Mitarashi doing the night before. I checked the clock. It was still early. No reply yet. Shoot. I was disappointed, but there wasn't much I could do. My uncle was in a far worse position than I was. He couldn't be expected to respond to tests quickly. I guess that means I'll just have to handle things on my own then. With that decided, I hopped out of bed and began to get ready, but before long I heard a knock at the door. I peered through the peephole to see a piglet standing outside, so I opened the door to let him in. He flailed about in something that seemed to translate to good morning, and then pulled in a room service cart. Whatever was on it smelled incredible, and my stomach rumbled in response. So what's for breakfast? Still not talking, but it looks like he's trying to tell me something. My best guess was that my breakfast was going to be some kind of jello-like product. Wasn't particularly excited for it, but the piglet pulled the lid off the tray with a flourish and my eyes widened. Ah, I'd been completely wrong. Instead of boring jello, it was a delicious-looking spread of Japanese-style cooked fish. A meal fit for an emperor. Whoa, this looks great! I love Japanese food for breakfast. He replied with a thumbs up. They don't seem to mean any harm, but it's hard to tell what they're really thinking if they don't talk. I was still pondering that while the piglet bowed and left the room. Oh, of course. He just left when I finally realized that wriggling, he wasn't saying it was jello, he was saying it was fish. I grinned and went back to eating. At least I was starting to feel like I could understand the piglets. Can I though? So Cyan, I thought you were a millionaire now with the Dogecoins soaring to the moon, as they say. It got to what, like 8 cents today, right? Took my time with my breakfast, and when I finally finished, it was nearly time to meet up with the others. I changed and headed down to the lobby. Good morning to you too, Shiro. Everyone was waiting in the lobby, just like the day before. Everyone, that is, except Shirabe and Mitarashi aren't here yet. They were both on time yesterday. I felt my suspicions growing stronger. I wish this weird feeling would just go away. Ah. Are you being toxic? With what? I spun around to see Shirabe and Mitarashi. Sorry, I was just kind of spacing out, I guess. How are things, Arrogance? Yes. Gave me a nod, and they continued toward the sofa where everyone else was already gathered. I found myself gazing out the window at the river beyond. They were talking about our plans for the day, but I didn't feel like joining in. I kept replaying what I'd seen Mitarashi and Shirabe doing over and over in my head. What did it mean? Oh, Urabe. No, I'm fine. Then I paused. Should I tell him about what I'd seen? Would that make me feel better? No, probably not. Yeah, nothing wrong here. He gave me a friendly smile, then returned to the others. Just as it had the day before, the boat docked at the plaza in front of the castle. Tuckered out. Been doing too much hitmaning? Did we find out who put her father in the video game or whatever? What? No. We talked for a bit, discussing what might happen that day, but before long we were interrupted by a voice we'd all come to dread. He sure seems happy today. It made me uncomfortable.
なんだあいつやけに機嫌がいいじゃねえか。
何か裏があるんだろうね。
Apparently I wasn't the only one who was suspicious.
ビッグサプライズ。なんだ
He swallowed. Felt my stomach twist in my gut. My eyes flicked to Shirabe and Mitarashi before I could stop them. No, he can't be telling the truth. It has to be some kind of trick. But why would he go out of his way to say one of us is a traitor? I felt the atmosphere grow suddenly tense. Then Shirabe spoke.
耳を貸すんじゃないぞ。どうせ夕べの仕返しに俺たちのチームワークを引っかき回したいだけに違いないからな。ああ、そうだな。俺
Damn it, I'm cutting them off. If I hadn't seen Shirabe with the statue the day before, I probably would have agreed too, but as things were, this just makes him more suspicious. Then again, Mitarashi was on the phone too. Maybe he was talking to Augustine? The pig's words about a traitor in our midst kept echoing around in my head.
何思い詰めた顔しちゃって。
Oh, sorry. Did I really look that out of it?
してた。あいつのあんな言葉、信じるだけバカを見ると思うよ。
You're right, I know, it's just...
気持ちはわからないでもないけどね。でも、あんなことをわざわざ言うなんて、僕たちを動揺させたいだけだろうからさ。
Yeah, I know. I gave him the best smile I could manage and tried to act like everything was alright. It wasn't though. Wakaza hadn't seen what I had. How could he know? So he changed the rules? We walked toward the next game in silence. I guess they're all nervous too.
さあ、気持ちを入れ替えていきましょう。それで、今日のアトラクションは一体どんなゲームが元になっているのですか？
He clapped his hands together as he spoke and looked around smiling.
確か血まみれホスピタルだったか？
Blood-stained ritual of the night.
血まみれホスピタル。日本の片田舎にある廃病院を舞台にしたホラーアドベンチャー。
Survival horror game set in rural Japan. I think Keiji Inafune did some extra games in this universe. Sounded like Miyoshi knew quite a
懐
bit.
中電灯を片手に廃病院内を探索して徘徊するゾンビに見つからないように脱出するのが目的。
With a flashlight. Does sound like Silent Hill, guess.
通常のライフとは別に恐怖ゲージっていうのがあって、それがマックスになるとゲームオーバーになるのが特徴なんだ。
Well, actually, it sounds like Forbidden Siren.
ホラーゲーム？
そいつは面白そうじゃないか。無事級アイランドの戦慄ラビリンスが確かそんなやつだったな。
それ、ロケで行ったことある。
マジで？あれすげえ面白いよな。
お前、詳しいな。
別に俺が言ったわけじゃねえよ。ただ俺はああいうの女が好きだろ。だから食用からだな。
どうしよう。
僕、怖いのは本当にダメなんだけど。
Well, at least it looked like we'd know a little about the attraction going into it. I'm worried about the traitor, though. I couldn't focus on the game we'd be playing. What if one of us was working for the pig? I sighed and looked around. Huh?
どうかしたのか
I thought I saw someone move in the shadows over there.
どこだ誰もいないが。
大方黒子ってところじゃねえか。
もしくは何か見間違いかもしれんな。侵入者がいればワルドブーが黙っているはずがなかろうよ。
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, one of these guys must have been here with his kid. Is that it? Maybe. That was clearly a kid. It looked too small to be a piglet. Perhaps I was just seeing things. And that's his alibi for the suspicious thing. The Bloodstained Hospital was a strange building with a giant needle stuck into it. Very inviting. That sure looks pretty spooky. I could see the blood drain out of Wakaza's face. I guess he wasn't kidding about not being good with scary stuff. I felt a little sorry for him, but we didn't exactly have a choice. His forced cheerfulness contrasted especially strangely with the creepy appearance of the hospital. In fact, it made it even scarier.
ひとまず中に入るしかないようですね。
ああ。では、行くぞ。
No sooner had we approached the entrance than we encountered our first obstacle. There were 3 huge doors instead of a single one. So, can we just enter whichever one we want?
待て。扉の上に何か文字が彫られている。
ああれは英語か。いや違うな。
どうやらラテン語のようだな。この扉を通る者は一切の希望を捨てよう。
You know Italian? I stared at him incredulously.
地獄門。ダンテの新曲か。
He smiled knowingly and tapped his forehead. That was when I realized what was really behind the grim feelings I'd been experiencing. It would suck if a traitor destroyed the team we've built, even if we have only known each other for 2 days. But if we lost even one person, we'd be in real trouble. Each attraction, so far, has needed every single one of us in some way. Not really.
おい、大丈夫か。
Oh, yeah, sorry. I just kinda spaced out for a minute. So, what should we do?
全員で固まって進んだ場合、その扉が間違いだった時の時間のロスが怖い。3組に分かれて進むのがいいだろ
確かにそれが一番かもな。で、例によって組み分けだけど、どうするよ。
俺は誰とでも構わんよ。ああ、俺もだ。
僕だって誰とでも構わないよ。別にこんなの作り物でしょ。怖くないし。
私も誰とでも構いません。
Mitarashi's face broke into a wide grin, and I could almost see the gears spinning up in his head. Wait, what's he planning? This seems serious. Suspicious?
おい、目押し。俺と一緒に行こうぜ。
僕と
いいだろう。どうせ誰かと組まなきゃなんねんだしよ。
Yoshi didn't seem particularly thrilled.
別に構わないが、お前はまたどうして彼と一緒に行きたいんだ？
別に何でもねえよ。
怪しいな。何か隠していないか？
んだよ、つべこべ言わずにとっとと組み分けしろっての。
I could see another possibly real fight brewing when Miyoshi finally spoke.
絶対に嫌だ。昨日みたいに質問攻めにされたくない。
Wait, what?
バカ言うなよ。
どういうことだ？
Suddenly all eyes were on Mitarashi. He chewed at his cheek for several long seconds before finally conceding.
こいつにいろいろ聞いてたんだよ。
Like what?
俺は決まってんだろ。こいつめちゃめちゃゲームに詳しいし、なんつうか興味が湧いたんだよ。アトラクションの元になってるゲームのことがよ。
どういうゲーム機で遊べるのか、値段はいくらぐらいなのか、そしてそれぞれの細かいセールスポイントまで聞かれた。
買い物は下調べしてからって言うじゃないか。
僕はネットの検索エンジンじゃない。しかもあまりにもしつこいからうんざりして部屋に避難したのに、その後電話までかけてこられた。
Okay, that's an alibi.
うんざりってお前な。
なるほど。ひとまず理解した。
And that means Mitarashi was talking to Miyoshi on the phone last night. I let out a silent sigh of relief. This meant that Mitarashi wasn't a traitor. But I still don't have anything that clears Shirabe. I glanced over at him while everyone was busy teasing Mitarashi, but he looked just like he always did. Totally unconcerned.
とりあえず話を戻すが、ここはひとまず大人である俺、そして指導、浦部は別れた方がいいだろうな。
確かにその通りだな。
おいおいおい、大人組にどうして俺が入ってないわけ？
She'll simply ignored Mitarashi's protest and rattled off the group assignments.
俺と目押しコータ、調べ歩と若さとは、そして浦部君丸とみたらし流星で3組、そして稲船咲。
Yes?
お前は俺が守ってやるよ。今までも体張って守ってやってただろ。
いや、みたらし流星は信用ならない。ここは刑事であるこの俺が適任だろう。
ちょっと待ってよ。僕と一緒が一番じゃない？ほら、調べさんも一緒だしさ。それに人数が多い方が怖くなくていいからさ。
At least his motives are pretty clear. What should I do? It felt nice to be wanted, but I still had to make a choice.
まあまあ、ここは一つ彼女に選択を委ねましょう。
I soundly thanked him. More desperate pleas were not what I needed. What am I going to do? I think I'm going with Shido and Miyoshi. I mean, Shido has a gun. And he's been the husband though, I think. Well, Shido is reliable and Miyoshi seems to know a lot about games. Can I go with you guys?
了解した。
That was that.
ひとまずそれぞれの健闘を祈る。何かあっても残念ながら携帯での連絡は許可されていない。まあ自分たちで何とかするしかないってことだな。
何でもどんとかかってこいってのは。
We can do it, guys. We nodded to each other as a piglet came trotting out to meet us. What the heck is this guy saying? We're still trying to figure out what we were supposed to do when Miyoshi spoke up.
これつけろって言ってる。
彼らの言葉がわかるのですか？
なんとなくだけど。
Now that he'd said it, though, I could see that the piglet was holding several watch-like things out toward us. Are these watches?
横にスイッチがついてるよ。
I pressed a button, the LCD panel lit up.
これは心拍計か？
I think you're right. See, there's a little heart icon next to the number.
多分これは恐怖ゲージだ。
なるほどな。さっきお前さんが言ってた理屈からすると、心拍数が一定の数値を超えるとゲームオーバーってわけか。
Scratched his beard and the piglet nodded vigorously.
全員がこれをつけるとなると、一人でも数値を超えたらゲームクリア失敗になるのか。
7人中3人がゲームオーバーになるとクリア失敗だって。
Still wasn't sure how he'd understood them, but the piglet didn't show any signs of objecting, so he must have gotten it right. Wait, no. Why am I thinking about how Miyoshi understands them? There's more important stuff going on. Is there, though?
7人中3人。半分以下の人数でアウトとは思いのほかハードだな。
僕、もうダメかも。
んだよ。入る前からビビりやがって。落ち着けっつうの。
Wakaza leapt nearly a foot into the air, and as he landed, a ringing sound came from the device around his wrist.
たく、ビビりすぎだろ。
そっちこそ、いきなり背中叩かないでよ。
とにかく3人アウトでクリア失敗だ。口で言っても難しいかもしれないが、あまり怖がりすぎないようにしてくれよ。
Gosh, I hope it doesn't get too bad in there. We split off into our groups, and I headed toward the leftmost door with Shido and Miyoshi.
懐中電灯があるな。持っていこう。
He plugged the flashlight from the hook to the side of the entrance and pushed the door open. Yeah, so this guy is super dependable. I was thinking, we don't know much about him. He's a gamer. Maybe he enjoys the killing games. Who knows? Yeah.
行くぞ。はぐれないように気をつけろ。
With only the flashlight to see by, we headed deeper into the hospital. The whole place smelled dank and moldy, and it was cold enough to make me shiver. Our footsteps sounded loud in an empty hallway, and when a voice suddenly echoed over the intercom, I nearly stumbled.
不死者の迷宮は聖者の魂を喰らう。忍び寄る死の足音に目を凝らし、耳を澄ますんだ。
不死者の迷宮。魂を喰らう。
忍び寄る死の足音に目を凝らし、耳を澄ます。
What does all that mean? The flashlight showed us the decayed, peeling walls of the hallway, and pieces of something scattered across the floor.
の意味は不明だが、ひとまずここには何もなさそうだな。
Yeah. We began to move forward again. What? I felt something crunch underneath my foot. The alarm on my terror gauge began to go off.
おい、落ち着け。コンクリの破片を踏んだだけだ。
His voice was soft as he laid a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Right. I took slow, deep breaths, and after a few seconds the alarm slowed and finally stopped. I'm sorry. I'm okay now.
アウトにならなかったから気にしないでいいよ。
そうだな。 落ち着いたところで先に進もう。
Right. The announcement had been metaphorical when it described the hospital as a labyrinth. The hallways turned and twisted everywhere like a maze. Feels like you could get lost in here really easily.
ああ、目印をつけながら進むことにしよう。
Shido pulled a pen out from a pocket in his suit and carefully drew a mark on the concrete.
こうしておけば、もし迷ってもまだ通ってない道がわかるね。
Like Hansel and Gretel.
ああ、もっともヘンゼルが撒いたパンくずは小鳥に食べられてしまい、印を見失ってしまったがな。
I tried to keep joking as we moved forward, hoping that as long as I didn't think about how scary everything was, I wouldn't set off my terror gauge again. Shido and Miyoshi seemed to share my sentiments, and for a while we managed almost non-stop banter. We left marks behind us as we moved, and eventually arrived at a staircase leading to the second floor.
あそこに病院内の案内板がある。
どれ？
He brought the flashlight up to illuminate it. Nightmare Maze, Vivisection Lab, Records.
まだ先は長そうだな。
Hey Thro, how's it going?
急いだ方がいいみたいだね。
We continued talking as we climbed the stairs, and at the top we found another pitch black hallway. Goodbye? Time for what? Throw! I got Miles Morales, thank you very much. Also good note. Time for stealth. Oh, okay. But thank you. I always appreciate it when you guys include nice notes on the gifts. Wondered if you'd see the notes. Yeah, I keep them inside the boxes. Yes, PS4. I don't have a PS5. But yeah, like, whenever you guys send a note with a game, I open the game and I put the note inside the box. It has a PS6 but refuses to show us. Dude, I wouldn't even have a PS5 if I had the money for it. There's one thing I don't understand. Like, why can't you place an order and be on a waiting list? Well, because as far as I know, no one does that, right? You have to order when they're stock. Also, Throw, I hope you bought some Dogecoin. Seems like it's pretty high. Tripled. You are the Doge. We continued talking as we climbed the stairs, and at the top we found another pitch black hallway. The maze is going to make meeting our deadline tough, but do you think there are going to be traps and stuff too?
ないわけはないと思うんだが。
Shiro shook his head, but before I could respond, Miyoshi spoke up.
聞こえる。
Throw converted all his money to Doge. Wow. What?
ほら
Such meme indeed. What is that? From somewhere in the maze I could hear a slow, awkward shuffling noise. Whatever it was coming closer.
俺が確認してこよう。
Pull that gun out. He shoved the flashlight into my hands as he spoke, then moved up to the intersection and peeked around the corner.
明かりを消せ。
I scrambled to turn it off and Shido made his way back toward us. What was it?
化け物だ。
What? Going forward, I'm only giving you those bits. Hey, if they're more valuable. Hello, Peabody, how are you? At Cheeto's direction, we hid ourselves behind a nearby pillar as the noise came steadily closer and closer. Calm down. Breathe. I chanted those words to myself over and over, willing my heart to slow down and not trip my terror gauge. After a few tense minutes... The fuck? Dude, it's a zombie doctor with an Uzi? And an axe on his head? A shadow carrying a lantern stepped into the intersection. Shido had been right to call it a monster. The creature's skin was peeling off and its body was warped and twisted by scars and lesions. Moaning, labored breathing accompanied its shuffling footsteps. In one hand it carried a submachine gun that looked sort of like an Uzi. I swallowed. The noise we heard was from its footsteps. I'm so high on you guys. Well, the characters in this game apparently are too. Zombie has a splitting headache. Good one. I like it. But yeah, not high. I'm good. Been feeling really not productive lately. But, hey, I edited some photos today, so... Yay? I clapped my hand over my mouth, but as I did, the alarm on my bracelet suddenly began to ring. Huh? Before I could even react, Miyoshi put his hand over the bracelet, muffling the noise.
落ち着いて
Right. I shut my eyes tight and let out a shallow, wavering breath.
心配ないから
This is pretty loud. His voice in my ear was a calm whisper. We kept our bodies as still as stones. At last the alarm from my bracelet went silent. Oh gosh, thanks Miyoshi, sorry.
気にしなくていいよあんなのが出てきたらびっくりしてもしょうがないよ
しかし、さっきのあれは一体なんだ？
ゾンビだよ
What? Now that I thought about it, Miyoshi had mentioned before that the attraction was based on a game that involves trying to avoid being caught by zombies.
奴が持っていたのは片手でも撃てる機関銃だ。見つかったら蜂の巣にされる危険性がある。
He looked a little nervous. Well, we still got to make it through here without setting off our terror gauges. Now we just got to watch out for zombies too.
慎重に行くしかないな。
So we headed deeper in, taking care to listen for more zombies. The further we went, though, the more the hallways crisscrossed, meaning zombies could come from any direction. Shido and Miyoshi seem fine. Are they even scared at all? I forced myself to take long, deep breaths in an attempt to calm my racing heartbeat, but... I felt like someone had thrown my chest in a vice. Found myself grabbing into Shido before I even realized what I was doing.
大丈夫か
Yeah, My legs were shaking like a pair of leaves, and before I could finish, my terror gauge began to go off. Oh no! If there had ever been any doubt in my mind as to what it felt like to have my legs fall out from under me, that moment cleared it up.
いいさ怖いな俺にしがみついていろ
Sound? Oh no, I didn't confirm. Oh. Suddenly I felt Shido's arm around my shoulders.
今の若さとはの叫び声
あ
だ奴の叫び声だと思えば怖くはないそもそもこの迷宮にはゾンビと俺たちしかいないんだ俺たち以外の声が聞こえるはずはね若さとはが半べそをかきながらゾンビに追われている様子を想像してそう思えばちょっと笑えてこないか若さとはには申し訳ないんだ
I closed my eyes and imagined Wakaza screaming. Shido smiled and patted my head. Thanks.
女子を守るのも俺の務めの一つだ気にすな
Right. I wonder if other kinds of excitement can set off the alarm. In any event, if I was able to think things like that, then I must have calmed down. Does she mean fucking? I couldn't keep relying on Shido, though. I needed to work on handling problems myself.
それにしても今の悲鳴何だったんだろう
It sounded like a girl. Do you think there's another girl in here?
可能性はゼロではないなもし一般人だとすれば早く確保した方がいいアトラクションで命を落とすか下手をすれば爆発に巻き込まれる可能性もある
声がした方に行こう
We headed off in the direction of the scream, making sure to keep our eyes open for zombies. Here it is again.
そう遠くない場所だな
Yeah, I definitely avoid it. I spotted a dim light coming from around the corner to the left. Same direction the voice had come from. Do you think she's being chased by a zombie?
どうもそのようだな急ぐぞ
We rounded the corner and saw a zombie heading down the corridor away from us. There! Further down the hallway was a shadow of someone else running away from the zombie.
お前の相手は俺たちだろ
Zombie's shuffling footsteps stopped and it slowly turned to face
ゾ
us.
ンビの足は速くない通路を回り込んで先を進む人影を追うぞ
He yelled at the zombie again and waved his flashlight. Then we all turned and ran. The moment we'd rounded the corner, we heard the crackle of gunfire behind us.
やつめ俺たちを蜂の巣にするつもりのようだな
We should just shoot him. As we drew closer to the next corner, I heard Miyoshi's footsteps start to falter. Come on, we have to keep going.
ダメだ
The alarm on his bracelet began to ring, and fast. He must be really out of breath. Just hang on a little longer. You can do it, Miyoshi. Just hang in there a little longer. I grabbed Miyoshi's arm and tried to pull him forward. What? He gave me a strained smile and started to run again, but Miyoshi's bracelet let out a long flat beep, then went silent.
オーバーです。
Huh?
仕方ない。急ぐぞ。
We rounded another corner and were back in the hallway where we'd first seen the zombie. In front of us was a door illuminated by several emergency lights.
あそこが出口か。おそらく人影はあそこに逃げ込んだんだろう。
Let's go! We leapt through the door. Really, Miyoshi died with in the game? The damp, moldy smell was gone, replaced by the harsh antiseptic smell of a functioning hospital. This is an operating room, isn't it? In the center of the room was a surgical table with various unpleasant-looking tools laid out across it. The general creepiness of the room brought me up short, and I took a tentative step back as two other doors opened and the rest of our party appeared.
やれやれ。全員無事か。
無事っちゃ無事だけどよ。
ひとまずみんな怪我がなさそうでよかったね。
あ
You guys. I began to move slowly toward the table in the center. Hiding in the shadows, I could see the form of a small girl, curled up in a ball. Are you okay? You don't need to be scared. We're not going to hurt you. Yeah, she's his daughter. She's also snacking on Pocky. Slowly and cautiously, a little girl with a huge backpack stepped out into the light.
マイ
What? What happened to my nose? As soon as she spotted Shirabe, the girl ran toward him and leapt up into his arms. We were all totally dumbfounded. Papa? Everyone let out a sigh of relief.
クリアっつうのはよかったが、おっさんよ、これはどういうことだ。
ああ。説明してもらいたいな。
Yeah. Shirabe finally set the girl back down and turned to face the rest of us.
調べまい。俺の娘だ。
娘さん？
意外だな。
お子さんがいらしたんですね。
ああ。
Okay, but what's she doing here? She still seemed scared and had hidden behind her father's leg to peer out at the rest of us.
マイは俺の亡くなった妻との忘れがたみだな。わけあって今は妻の実家。マイからすれば祖母の家に預けている。
ってことは今は一緒に暮らしてないんだ。
まあそういうことだ。で、マイ、なんだってお前はこんなところにいるんだ？
あのね。
She looked down at the floor and played with her hands as she spoke.
おばあちゃんと一緒にここに来たらドカーンって爆発があって、そしたらおばあちゃんとはぐれちゃって。
Got lost in the park? So he wasn't talking to her before?
ってあの日からもう3日も経ってるのに飯とかどうしてたんだよ。
リュックの中にね、お菓子がいっぱい入ってるの。
3日間もお菓子を食べながらランドの中をさまよってたってわけか。
Shirabe shook his head and sighed.
しかし、どうしたものか。
What do you mean?
前はどう考えても外部の人間だろう。ゲームのルールに抵触しないかと思ってたな。
ああ、それは問題ないだろう。
そうでしょうか。
そうだよ。だって舞ちゃんはさ、最初からランドの中にいたわけだし、そういう意味では外部ってわけじゃないじゃん。
なるほどな。
Hmm. Besides, if our being here was against the rules, Augustine would have done something already, right?
確かに。あの野郎、覗き豚だからな。常に監視してるってのは、昨日の件でよーくわかったら。
つまり、奴が文句をつけてこないってことは、大丈夫だってことか。
まあ、いずれにせよ、このアトラクションをクリアしなければ、ここから出ることもできませんし。
その通りだ。まずはこのゲームのクリアに全力を尽くそう。
We nodded.
さてとだ。まずはこの病院の構造を簡単に説明しよう。
Shido began to explain what he'd learned. Apparently, the rooms went nightmare maze, vivisection lab, and records.
なるほどな。ここは人体実験室ってわけだ。なんか胸くそ悪い部屋だと思ったぜ。
Then that table.
やめようよ。どうせアトラクションなんだし、本当にここで人体実験があったわけじゃないって。
そうだ。いつものように落ち着いて周囲を探索しよ
う。Maybe they should say who's dead. As we moved off to examine the rest of the room, Mai edged up to me.
ねえ、人体実験って何？
Human experiments.
ああ、人の体を調べるってことだぜ。
Guess that's one way of putting it. He grinned at me. How is he so confident all the time? I was trying to figure out how maybe I could siphon off some of that confidence when Wakaza suddenly spoke up.
なんか奥のドアにごつい錠前みたいのがついてるけど。
Well, we probably have to unlock it then, right?
う。おそらくそうだろう。この錠前のせいでドアノブが回らないようになっている。
He examined the doorknob closely but was careful not to actually touch it.
しかしこの錠前、鍵穴がないようだな。
案外力ずくで開くんじゃねえの？
He strode over and reached for the doorknob.
報いだ。数々の実験を行ってきた私自身が実験の対象となる時が来たのだ。逃げなくては意志を持たぬ不死の化け物となる前に、ここを後に訪れる者のためにメッセージを残す。地を這い、天を仰げ。
Itarashi froze with his hand on the doorknob and looked around as the announcement finished.
最初のアナウンスもそうだったけどさ、なんか誰かが話しかけてきてるみたいで気持ち悪いね。
地を這い、天を仰げ？さっぱり意味がわからんな。
しかし、その言葉がヒントとなっているのは確かだろう。
Lay down on the floor and look up.
もっと調べりゃわかるだろ。ほらほら、野郎ども、とっとと調べるぜ。
We all sighed quietly at his ridiculous enthusiasm, but started looking over the room anyway.
人体実験室っていうだけあって物騒なものがいっぱいあるね。
Have you checked that
開け
cabinet?
てみよう。
Miyoshi and I began to go through the cabinet.
なんだろう。これは薬品の瓶かな。
おい、ちょっと待て。危険な薬品があったらまずい。俺が判別しよう。
Miyoshi stepped out of the way, and Shirabe began to take the bottles out of the cabinet and set them on a wheeled cart.
どれどれ。こいつは食塩水。確かに何の匂いもない。
For each bottle, he first squinted at the label, then popped it open to smell the contents. Perhaps in an attempt to mimic her father, Mai grabbed hold of one of the jars and studied it with exaggerated care.
どれどれ
No! Before I could stop her, she twisted the cap off and taken a big sniff. Whatever was inside didn't seem to be pleasant, and she started coughing. The jar forgotten in the face of its overwhelming odor, Mai's hand let go, and it dropped to the floor and shattered. What is this? Almost immediately, the smell of the jar filled the whole room, and everyone began to cough.
これは何これ。おい、鼻と口を布で塞げ。
We all retreated to a corner of the room, covering our mouths with sleeves and handkerchiefs.
大丈夫か？目とか喉とか痛くねえか？
大丈夫。
すまない。
子供ってのは何すっかわかんねえから子供なんだよ。気にすんな。
He wrapped his coat over Mai to protect her from whatever had been in the jar. I guess he's actually pretty nice, huh? Wasn't long before the smell died down, but just as I was about to relax, Shirabe rounded on Mai and started to yell at her.
マイ！お前自分が何をやったのか分かってるのか？どんな危ない薬品があるか分からないんだぞ。
Shirabe was furious, angrier than I'd ever seen, and as Mai backed away from him, she began to cry. His alarm started to sound.
おいおい、気持ちはわかるけどよ。そんな頭ごなしに。
部外者は黙ってろ。
Oh?
ゲームオーバーです。
落ち着け。心拍数のチェックはまだ続いているんだぞ。
I guess no one died except for Miyoshi then.
分かってるよ。だがこいつが。
Shirabe seemed to have barely even noticed that he'd maxed out his terror gauge. He wasn't getting any less angry, and Mai was still crying. I didn't like where this was going. Yeah, Mai did grab something that could have been dangerous when she shouldn't have. I can understand scolding her, but she's a kid, like Mitarashi said, but that's why her dad ought to be keeping an eye on her. Instead, he's just getting all angry, and he doesn't even seem to care whether she's okay or not. I can't get mad, because otherwise I might trigger the thing. He's probably just scared and he doesn't want to admit it, so he gets angry instead. Then Mitarashi spoke up.
子供にそれは言い過ぎなんじゃねえか？俺たちがちゃんと見ててやらなかったのも悪いだろう。
まあ、それはそうだが。
Okay, good. I'm glad Mitarashi said something. I let out a quiet sigh of relief.
とにかく皆さん、一度落ち着いてください。みんな無事だったんです。
本当にすまん。前のこととなると、どうしても気が気じゃなくなっちまう。正直、どう接していいのかわからないところもあってな。もう何年も離れて暮らしてるから、距離感がつかめないんだ。
おっさんよ、逆に気にしすぎなんじゃねえの？なあ、マイ。
Her crying had finally stopped, and Mitarashi bent down to pat her gently on the head. It does seem like Shirabe and Mai aren't very close, though.
なぜ別々に暮らしているのかは知らないが、一緒にいればそのうち時間が解決してくれるさ。
そう。ひとまずまた探索しよ
ああ、刺激臭も収まってきた。
Hey, Chimpy! How's it going? How are you? We spent the next 45 minutes or so checking every corner. We couldn't turn up anything that looked promising. Did you notice all these knives and stuff are fake? They're glued to the table.
本物と言えるのはさっきの薬品の瓶だけか。
Yeah, that makes them suspicious. Shirley gathered up all the jars and arranged them on top of the surgery table. Pretty okay-ish, how are you? I'm good. Nothing much happens these days, right? So at least nothing bad, right? Nothing good, nothing bad.
う。瓶は全部で9本。そのうち1つはさっき割れたから。
残りは8本か。さて、どうしたものか。
Each one's got a label on it. Nitric acid, saline solution, methanol.
ああ、全然わかんねえな。さっきのヒントって何だったっけ？
地を這い、天を仰げ。これがどういう意味を表すのか。
If nothing bad has happened, I'd say you're doing better than most. I guess. I can't complain. We all sat thinking about the hint, and silence fell over the room. After a few minutes, I noticed that Mai, who seemed to have taken a liking to Mitarashi, was looking kind of puzzled. Well, she's just a kid. All of this stuff is probably really confusing. But as I kept watching, I realized she was also being pretty fidgety. Wait. Is there something you want to tell us? She nodded nervously.
あそこに何か書いてあるよ。
See? I am so smart. What?
どこだ？
Oh, no. This one is pretty obvious now, I think.
あそこの下。
She pointed to the far side of the surgery table. Wakaza walked over and crouched down to take a look.
本当だ。何か書いてあるね。
You noticed that when you were hiding over there earlier? Good job, Mai. It's like they don't try the most basic things. I patted her on the head and she giggled.
一章三。まるで血で書かれているようだが。
おお、それってあれだ。ほら、ダイニングメッセージってやつ。
ダイイングメッセージ。
そんなにそう突っ込みしなくたっていいだろう。
Wait. So they made a pun in English, and when you're translating the game, you make a different pun. See, that is a bad way to localize. I'm trying to platinum miles on the weekend. Have you done it? No, I actually just got it on the mail today. So I haven't played it. I haven't done anything.
まあまあ、 ちらにしろ、このメッセージを書いた本人が亡くなっているかどうかもわかりませんし、単なる血文字ですね。
Yeah.
くそ。
As we continue to discuss the meaning of the drawing, Shirabe began to mumble to himself. So, does Miles have the equivalent of the... I'm sure it does. Of the Taskmaster / Screwball challenges? Execute Order 69. No! How's it going, Artie? How are you doing? I've played for 6 hours and got the dreaded you're about to enter the last portion of the game. Oh, that's small. What do you mean by that? Did you play the original Spider-Man? How are you doing, Artie?
Naruhodo. 地を這い天を仰げってのはメッセージのありかを示す言葉だったのか。
I did back when it released.
よくやったな。
Then, in Spider-Man, you have Taskmaster challenges, right? Places where you had to do something in a specific time frame and you were ranked gold, silver, or bronze. Like, defeat X amount of enemies, or stealth, or whatever. And then in the DLC, it wasn't Taskmaster, it was Screwball, which was like a reality TV personality. They're still here? Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, how's you in Lit Chat? I am good. Everything's normal. Nothing to report. I didn't invest in Dogecoin, so still not a millionaire. Spent 30 minutes trying to get gold on some stupid challenge, actually? Yeah, fuck that. That's not fun. Mai smiled so wide I thought she was going to hurt herself, and Shirabe gave her a crooked grin, apparently in spite of himself.
んだ、次の問題はこの一生3円ってやつだけどよ。これは一体何なんだ?
The Taskmaster ones weren't so bad, but the Screwball ones were really bad. So they made them worse.
それはおそらく一生3円、つまり脳硝酸と脳塩酸を1対3の割合で混ぜるということだと思います。皆さんも学生の頃科学で習ったかもしれませんが、これは
王水か。
その通りです。
What's
王
that?
水とは通常の酸にも溶けない金やプラチナなどでさえ溶かすことができる酸化力の強い液体のことを言います。
つまりその割合で薬品を混ぜればその王水ができるということだな。
はい。
よし、早速やってみよう。
Picked up the 2 jars and looked around.
容器はないか。
Well, how about this? I handed a beaker I'd found on the ground to Shido and he nodded.
念のためみんな離れていろよ。
He carefully measured out the right amounts of each substance and added them to the beaker, which was soon filled with a reddish-orange liquid.
さて、あとはこの王水をどうするかだが。
And look at all the games we have today, and you're playing what appears to be a reading simulator. It's a visual novel, yes. Artie, what can I say? I didn't feel like playing Cyberpunk today. Too many bugs. I don't have Cyberpunk. It's a joke. You should have seen me play Max Payne 2. Hey, sometimes I have to use the D-pad. Shiro and Shirabe look thoughtful.
おそらくあの鍵穴のない錠前にかけるんだろうな。貸してくれ。
Shiro did, and Shirabe walked over to the lock and upended the beaker of Aqua Regia over it. It's melting.
成功だね。
There are no TVs, very disappointing. Only mine, because I'm the only girl.
魔法みたい。
The melted lock fell into the floor with a thud, and as it did, the PA crackled to life again. The only acceptable visual novels are the sweet visuals of novel kills. What? Aren't you flat as an ironing board? Yes, I am. The main character is of the Flat is Justice school of Constitution, I guess.
人体実験室クリア。
よし、これで先に進める。行こう。
There is no Oppai here. We begin to file out the room with Mai holding onto Mitarashi's hand and following behind him. Oh, that's kinda cute. Oh. A text from Uncle Keiji. Just boogied? She puts the tit in Constitution? I don't know if she does. Pulled out my phone, began to read.
もしどうしても気になるなら直接確かめてみるべきだ。
Yeah, I guess you're right. I took a deep breath and strode up to Shirabe. Can I ask you something?
なんだ、お嬢ちゃん。
Everyone else had already left. We were alone. Last night I saw you talking to someone through the Augustine statue. He blinked in surprise, but his face quickly twisted into a sour grimace.
参ったな。しかし、これは俺個人の問題だ。お前さんに何か言うつもりはない。
Huh? He started to move toward the exit. Wait!
くどいぞ。
We have to trust each other if we're going to cooperate, and we have to cooperate if we're going to get through the other attractions. If we don't trust each other, everything's going to fall apart. I want to trust you, but I can't do that if you're going to keep stuff from me like this. Planted my feet and looked him in the eye. Shirabe stared back at me for a long moment, then rolled his eyes and let out an exasperated sigh.
確かに、前のことでみんなに面倒をかけるのに、自分が秘密を抱え込んでいるのはフェアじゃないな。
Well, spill it.
ああ、
By now everyone else had made their way back into the room, possibly because they'd gotten tired of waiting for us.
一体どうしたんだ。
Well... Bogid means when Artie commits inhale plant. You mean you're high too? Alright. Artie, do you have a PS5? Who else is high? Someone else in chat. I don't, I'm not an arc. You wish? I was going to ask if you had played the Resident Evil 8 demo. I'm not an arc. I brought them up to speed quickly, and when I was finished, Shirabe began to speak.
俺はずっとある事件を追っている。ここに来たのも実は取材が目的じゃない。その事件絡みだ。
It does count, yes.
ある日、M2 と名乗る謎の人物から電話があってな。オープニングイベントに来れば真実がわかると言われたんだ。ゆうべ、ワルドブーのやつと話をしていたのは、その M2 がワルドブーなのかを確認したかったからだ。まあ結局、とぼけられちまったんだが。
He sighed and scratched at his beard.
誓って言うが、裏切り者ってのは俺のことじゃないぜ。
Want to play the Resi 8 demo? Is it out now? Yes, yes it is. Have you not watched anyone play it?
まあそうだよね。もし裏切り者が調べさんなら、舞ちゃんを巻き込むわけないし。
You're right. I'm sorry I suspected you, Shirabe.
いや、俺も隠していて悪かった。
Then the pig was lying about there being a traitor. My uncle's advice had been right on the money. All of my fears about Shirabe were gone.
さて、改めて先を急ごう。
Oh, right, let's go.
案内板の情報からすれば、これが最後の部屋のはずだ。
What the fuck, is it only on PS5? Yes. That's why I asked if you have a PS5. Records, right? There's someone looking in. Not for PC Master Race. No, they wanted it to be on a good platform. There were several wooden desks spaced evenly throughout the room. On top of each one was a mountain of documents and old computers. Surrounding the desk were rows of bookshelves. What is not for PC? The Resident Evil 8 demo.
あそこに何かある。
Isn't is Resident Evil 7 on PC? Or is it like on PC but doesn't have VR? What? Is it just a VR thing that's a PlayStation exclusive? It's on PC and doesn't have VR. Okay, okay. So VR is PlayStation 4 only. I knew there was some exclusive thing there. Yeah, no, Metal, of course. Because only a PlayStation 4 could handle... I can't even say it because it's so untrue. No one cares about TurboTax peasants. Hashtag power of PlayStation. Yeah, it's I didn't know if the game was exclusive or if it's the VR mode. I guess it's just the VR mode. But I knew there was some exclusivity. On On top of one of the desks was a treasure chest about the size of an open hand. Next to it was a pair of clippers. Don't stop. Everyone else stepped back as Shido approached the box and slowly opened the lid. What's in the box? Did I just hear some Windows 10 sounds? Got something to say about consoles now? Yeah, they don't make stupid fucking sounds every time someone likes an Instagram picture of you. That's what I have to say. Isn't it great? Been playing games on PC. I'm playing on an emulator, which is what PC people have to do to be able to get good games. Right? I bought a game today on Steam, it's true, because it's an Xbox game. Because PC has no games. Koi Cuts Party? No, it was Ori and the Will of the Wisps. It was 67% off. It's like Xbox needs to make games and put them on PC. Like, Xbox started putting games on PC because they were like, oh my god, these people have nothing to play. And we are good, we're good people, so we need to share this with our PC friends. Because otherwise they're just gonna play Excel all day. And TurboTax. Xbox had to put their games on PC because no one plays Xbox? No, it's the other way around. The PC people had nothing to play. Now, did you notice how, like, all these PC peasants suddenly were playing Horizon Zero Dawn this year and saying how amazing it is? Because it's a 4-year-old game, and they had nothing better. The game came out now on PC, and they're all blown away by how good it is, because nothing on PC even compared to that. Sony had to pity them. These poor gullible souls paid for graphics cards twice as much as consoles so they can play cutting-edge games like Among Us, yes, and Phantasmagoria. And Excel. Let's not forget Excel. All those demanding graphics from Gary's mod. Say that, did you ever played Among Us at 999 FPS at your next-gen experience? I bet. Inside was a smaller box with several colorful wires sprouting out of it. The wires ran to an LCD panel that read 1456. As we watched, it changed to 1455 and then 1454. I wonder what it could be. Oh no!
まさかこのアトラクションを吹き飛ばすための。
いや待てって、 まだ2時間残ってんだろ。
But the timer only has 14 minutes.
さらば血塗られたホスピタルよ。私は全ての罪と引き換えにこの煉獄から解放される。
Speaking of Bloodstained, the game spoke about it. Have you guys noticed that Bloodstained got new modes and characters last week? I can't believe they're still updating that game. The voice of the announcer filled the room and then was gone.
思い出した。
何を出す？
確かゲームでは研究者だった主人公が脱出するとき、ゾンビ研究のすべてを吹き飛ばすために。
I can't believe you're still subscribed to the Bloodstained newsletter. I'm not! I was never. But there were trailers and shit. Big speedrun community? That's awesome. Man, I can't wait for a sequel to that game. They've really done an amazing job with it.
それは血まみれホスピタルのエンディングだった。
なるほど。つまりこれが最後の仕掛け。そして俺たちがするべきはこのニッパーで配線を切って。
I was looking at Bloodstained cosplayers. Actually, never seen one, I think. But should be cool.
配線は全部で7本か。この中に間違いが一体何本入ってるのか。
もしかして正解の確率は7分の1だったりして。
A cleric beast one? Bloodstained, not Bloodborne. Different game. No, I was a little confused when you said that.
落ち着け。危険な時ほど冷静になるべきだ。まずはクリア失敗の条件を一度整理してみよう。
Yes, yes. Yeah, Bloodstained is the game from from Koji Igarashi, who directed a bunch of Castlevanias for Konami and then left the company to create his own game. Yeah, he's not the creator, but he's the director of the Metroidvania ones, almost all of them. Did I send in the 2 Funky Pops I bought recently? No. I hate Funko Pops. But you can share.
まず心拍数が高くなりすぎて恐怖ゲージのアラームが振り切れたらアウトです。すでに2人がアウトになっているので、あと1人でクリア失敗です。
次に次元爆弾のタイマーが0になったらクリア失敗。あと13分しかないよ。
If we get the wrong wires, then we're really in trouble.
つまりそれって結局どういうことだ？
Majin Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku. I'm not familiar with this character. What's a Saiyan Goku? Is it like when he's in the desert?
要は心拍数が増加しないよう落ち着いて
時間ギリギリまで粘ってどの配線をカットするかを決めるってことだな。
その通りだ。カットする配線のヒントを得るためにアナウンスの文章から怪しい部分を洗い出そう。
What? Now I'm even more confused.
さらば血塗られたホスピタルよ。私は全ての罪と引き換えに。
煉獄ってなんだろ
本来ならダンテの新曲に出てくる場所の名前だが、まあこの場合は病院のことを指してるんだろうな。新曲ってのは地獄編、煉獄編、天国編の3部構成からなる叙事詩だ。このアトラクションの入り口に書かれてた一切の希望を捨てよって言葉もその一節だ。
But yeah, if you post them on Discord, let me know so I can look. Shirabe tapped his middle finger against his forehead as he spoke.
煉獄ってのは生前に罪を犯した者が罪を償う場所を言う。罪とされるのは傲慢、嫉妬、憤怒、怠惰、貪欲、暴食、色欲。
俗に言う7つの大罪か。
よくわかんねえけど、アナウンスで言ってる罪ってのは何なんだ。
このゲームの主人公はここで働いていた研究者の一人なんだ。軍の命令で人体実験を繰り返し、記憶を失った状態で病院内を探索してた主人公は自分の研究日誌を見つけて読み返すことで記憶を取り戻していく。
ってことは罪ってのは
ゾンビを生み出す研究、人体実験のことだろうね。
That doesn't seem like seven deadly scenes.
アナウンスの解読はひとまずこんなところか。あとはこの資料室の探索だな。時間がない。手分けしていこう。
We all ran off to different parts of the room and began looking desperately for anything that might give us the hint we needed. I'm not seeing anything. The books and stuff are all fake, and the computer won't even turn on. I grabbed the drawer, expecting it to be fake too, and was surprised when it opened. Huh?
どうしました?
There's a notebook in here. It says research notes. But yeah, I never liked Funko Pops. They're, like... It might be a little cute to have one, but as soon as you see the second one, or I see the second one, I'm like, okay, no. They all look the same. I don't care. Like, when I buy a figure, I want it to be as close as possible to the real thing. Not like the ones I have. Not super duper stylized. So much that it loses the original art style or the original look completely. That's why I have one Funko Pop, and it's a Space Invader that looks exactly like a Space Invader from the game. This here's Weibo Dave, the ultimate collected. I wish. The collection is getting a little big, though. It's well, it's a good sign. It means it can't go bigger, because I have no more room. I lifted it out carefully as everyone crowded in around me. It's got 5 of these pieces of colored paper stuck in it. What do you think they mean? Burn the collection, don't start over? Live happy. Or keep it and don't add to it ever again, right? Or sell it. And invest in Dogecoin. Lie to yourself that you won't buy more or that they're worth anything. Some of them are, yes. Live happy through delusion. Speaking of that, I really, really, really should consider selling my Pokemon cards. The Pokemon card market is in a high right now, and I should take advantage of it. What is the collection worth? The collection, you can't really sell the collection. Or at least I don't see anyone buying the collection. You have to sell. I have some cards that are worth money, and I should sell like card by card. Wasn't Charizard expensive as fuck? I think I had it, but don't know where my cards are. Yeah, it is expensive as fuck. Sold card by card, roughly, what is the total? I think I could make $300 for sure. By selling like my most valuable cards only, because the not valuable aren't worth the trouble. But if I sold like my 10 most valuable, I think I could get like $300. Black Lotus sold for... Sell them by a PS5? There are no PS5s! Yeah, here it is. Card market. Charizard. So many to choose from, though. Can get plutonium easier than I can get a PS5? Yeah. Charizard is worth 1,000 bucks. Have a PS5 scientist too. I guess we made them. Yeah, they're sold out everywhere, but in Portugal it's really bad. Base set Charizard. Price trend 204 euros. I have this. Yeah, this is the card I have. No, that's the base price for a bid. And that's like highly damaged. Look at those, look at the descriptions. My cards have been in a sleeve ever since I opened them. I'm a fucking nerd. The average price is 200 euros. Why? Collecting, I guess. The Pokemon trading card game is really, like, really valued by collectors. Yeah. I don't know if it gets sold at this price though. Heavily played holofoil. Heavily played. Oh, okay. This is not US dollars? Yeah, like if I tried selling my rare cards, yeah, it says 400 something to me. 467. I don't know if it's US, but it's dollars. Yeah, but mine, like what you linked, says heavily played. 467. That's certainly no one's gonna pay that much. I did as Zed suggested and found a page full of scribbled notes with one word circled in what looked like blood. But yeah, there's been a big influx of new people collecting Pokemon trading card games, trading cards, I guess, and the cards have been on the rise, or card prices have been on the rise. Seen one in other sellers, one for what? $39.99 because it was mint. Oof. I mean, supposedly for you to be able to say it's mint, like there's a grading system for cards. A 10 out of 10 card must have never been touched by a human hand, basically. You need to get it out of the pack, with a tool and put it in the sleeve and seal it, it's like impossible to do, almost. I did as he suggested and found the page full of scribbled notes with one word circled in what looked like blood.
何これ、気持ち悪い。
どうやら付箋のついたページそれぞれに丸がつけられているようだな。丸がついてる言葉は何だ？
Surely people don't do that, tell me the truth. That's the thing, they do. Just look up on YouTube people opening Pokemon cards. You'll see. Like really heavy collectors who open Pokemon, who get Pokemon cards for collecting and not for playing. Like for example, Magic the Gathering, the cards with value are the cards that are good for playing, right? If a card suddenly banned, the value goes down. It doesn't become like more sought after, or like people don't want to collect Magic. They don't care. They stop caring about that card. In Pokemon, it's completely different. In Pokemon, the idea is collecting. It's not playing. So people are interested in the rare cards. The Twitch channel where you can buy packs and the streamer will open them for you. It's like $1,000 packs. Yeah, you buy like the box, yeah? You're basically buying something like this. You buy the whole box, exactly. It's collecting because mostly 10-year-olds actually play. Yeah. It's the adults mostly collect. EDH is a thing, so people collect cards. People collect anything, like, but Magic is more popular. Like, Magic cards are more valuable if they're good for playing. I actually finally sold my Magic the Gathering cards. But I didn't have anything that was of much value. I had one card that was worth 10 euros. And then everything else was like mere cents. So I sold a bulk for 40 euros. That's not bad.
Netamare これ書いたやつ相当頭おかしいんじゃねえの
人体実験の罪の重さで気が変になっていたのかもしれないね。
I have some fetch lands that are worth like $30 each. Yeah, I didn't have anything that was much value. Well, for 40 euros I can buy a game with, so it's good enough. I wasn't going to ever use those cards or look at them anyway. Wait. The others were still gathered around the notebook discussing it, but I felt as if I was on the verge of some sort of mental breakthrough. I feel like I've heard these words before. There are 5 circled words in the journal: jealousy, fury, neglect, indulgence, and seduction. I feel like I've seen them something like them before? I still wanted to read. When we first got here, we found a treasure chest on a desk, but it ended up being a time bomb. This is the last puzzle. Can figure out which wires to cut, we'll have beaten this attraction. The announcement mentioned Purgatory, which is from the Divine Comedy, I think? Purgatory is where people who have committed some of the 7 deadly sins go when they die. The main character in the game this was based on worked at the hospital. His sin was creating zombies and performing human experimentation. So what do these words from the journal seem familiar? Why do these words from the journal seem familiar? Because they're basically the same as 5 of the deadly sins? Seven deadly sins, of course, that's it. Look at the words he's circled. Aren't those like basically synonyms for some of the sins? You're right.
よし、いいぞ。爆弾の配線は7本。それと同じ色の付箋が5つある。付箋の言葉は5つの罪に対応している。
とするとだ、この赤と青の配線が高慢と貪欲に当たるってことか。
この2本切りゃタイマーが止まるのか？
いや、焦るな。ただ単にヒントに対応していない配線を見つけただけだ。
6 minutes.
まごまごしてる暇はねえぜ。ここは
Mai jumped at Mitarashi's change in town and took a step back from him.
くそ。どこかに何か決定的な情報が隠されているはずなんだが。
The ticking clock was making everyone frantic, and I could tell we were quickly losing focus. I need to calm down. I was trying desperately to get my thoughts in order when Shido caught my eye.
稲船咲、ここまでで何か気になった点はないか？時間がない今、お前のひらめきにかけたい。
What? Oh man, what am I gonna do? Got it. I'll do my best. I gave him a firm nod.
念のため、俺たちも一緒に考えよう。
Yeah. Maybe there's something in that announcement that we missed, or something else we've skipped over. I mean, there has to be. These puzzles are tough, but they're solvable. Alright, explosive insight again. There's still something we're missing. Maybe it's in that announcement. Farewell, bloodstained hospital. All these sins are yours, so that I may escape this purgatory. We matched the 7 deadly sins to the words circled in the journal. The journal only had 5 sins though: envy, wrath, sloth, gluttony, and lust. We compared the colored paper to the colored wires, which gave us 2 leftover wires. That means the red and blue wires that don't match up to the journal correspond to pride and greed. But that still doesn't tell us which wires to cut. How are we supposed to figure it out? Oof. I don't know this one. Okay. That's it. All these sins. It has to mean that we're supposed to cut all the sins in the journal. That's the answer.
それだ。みんなもそれでいいな。
ああ、乗ったぜ。
おそらくそれで間違いないだろ
乗った。
僕も賛成だよ。
マイも。
よし、俺たちはお前のひらめきに乗る覚悟を決めた。
Why did he say nothing? He grinned and picked up the clippers. There were 4 minutes left on the clock.
恐怖ゲージを振り切らないよう、みんな落ち着けよ。切るぞ。
Slowly and carefully, Shido cut each wire, avoiding the red and blue ones.
次で最後だな。
ああ、行くぞ。
With a snap, the clippers cut through the last wire. No!
なんでだよ。なんでタイマーが止まらねえんだ。
The time was still counting down.
クリア失敗になっていないということは、ここまでは間違いじゃない。
Does this mean one of the remaining wires needs to be cut too?
もうどっちか決めて切っちゃうしかないよ。
Wakaza moaned.
このままクリア失敗するよりはマシかも。
いや、だがしかし。
よし、赤だ。俺の感じは怪しいのは赤だ。貸せ。
He lunged forward to take the clippers from Shido. Wait!
時間がねっつうのは。
Someone didn't stop him, he was going to cut it. I leapt toward Mitarashi.
いいえ、青です。
At last, Urabe spoke.
浦部君まろ。
日誌の色です。見てください。
It's blue?
人体実験のことを綴ったこの日誌は、それ自体が持ち主の罪だと言えるでしょう。
There was something oddly certain about his tone.
なるほどな。だがお前さん、なんでそれに気づいた？
Shirabe? He didn't look happy.
おいおい、残り2分だぜ。
Shido turned to face Urabe as well.
放水の化学式も今思えば唐突だったな。
それってどういうこと？二人とも何が言いたいんだよ。
I didn't know what was going on, but I could feel a knot beginning to form at the bottom of my stomach.
それは。
Hmm?
それは私こそが裏切り者だからです。
What? All around the room, eyes widened in shock. But that was just something Oxine said to shake us up. His sad expression was enough to confirm my worst fears. No, this can't be happening. I was still reeling when Shido spoke up.
わかった。理由は後で聞こう。今は時間がない。
He reached for the blue wire.
ちょっと自分で裏切り者だって言ってる人の言葉信じちゃうの？
What should we do? Trust Urabe. Guys, I think we should trust Urabe.
ちょっと待ってよ。これで決まっちゃうんだよ。もっとちゃんと考えた方が良くない？
でもゆっくり考えてる暇はない。一番可能性が高いと思える答えを選ぶべきだと思う。
Even if how he knows it is weird, his logic is sound. Yeah. I felt someone looking at me and turned around. Urabe? He didn't say anything, but I thought I saw the hint of a smile in his eyes. We had less than a minute left on the timer. We had to make a decision. The red wire or the blue one? That's what I said. With his ultimatum given, Mitarashi turned his back to the bomb and sat down cross-legged on the floor. He lifted Mai up onto his knee and put a protective arm around her. He nodded and moved to stand between Mitarashi and the bomb in what was likely a vain attempt to shield her from the blast. He looked around at us one last time and we all nodded. Shido held the clippers up to the wire, squeezed the grip, and cut it.
爆発は起こらない。
タイマーは残り5秒で止まってる。
ってことは。
We'd done it. Smiles began to break out when... Oh no! The timer suddenly started to count down again, and before we knew it, the numbers hit 0. The announcement hit me like a punch to the stomach. His voice was a mix of anger and desperation.
Everything の敗戦だと？じゃあ付箋が2つ足りなかったのも日誌が青かったのも全てブラフだったってのか？
まさかこんなくだらない、いやむしろ奴らしい。気づいて叱るべきだった。
It was all a trick? Didn't know what else to say. That makes no sense. That's right, we failed, so the bombs were about to go off. Since Augustaine's revelation, Urabe had looked empty and beaten, but now he suddenly straightened up. He headed over to a nearby bookshelf and tapped one of the books. The entire shelf slid to the side, revealing a doorway. We didn't wait for him to say it twice and ran through the door as fast as we could. Where's Urabe? I looked back over my shoulder. I wasn't even sure I'd heard it. Urabe? His name was barely out of my mouth when I heard an explosion. Not even a second later, the shockwave hit, throwing me forward. Smoke instantly filled the hallway, and I stumbled forward, blinded. I can't keep going. Just as I was about to collapse, I felt someone grab my hand. Cheeto! I focused on his hand, picked myself up, and began to run again. We hadn't gone very far before I heard another explosion from behind us. The blast slammed into me, and I felt my body begin to fall when... Shido? He'd wrapped his arms around me and turned his back to the explosion. Are you okay? He was looking out for me. Ugh. Another blast hit us, far more powerful than the others, and then everything went dark. Holy shit.
おい、大丈夫か？
My eyes fluttered open and I saw Shido bending over me. The smoke had cleared, so I figured I must have been out for a little while. What happened to the hospital?
ご覧のざまだぜ。
I spun around. Mitarashi was right. There was nothing left but a mess of twisted, smoking debris. Oh gosh. I tried to stand up, but the escape had taken all I had in me, and my legs just didn't have the strength. Everyone else was silent. Wait, Hurabe! What about Hurabe?
どこにも見当たらない。脱出途中に一人別の道を行ったのかもしれないな。おそらく無事だとは思うが。
No. I bit my lip.
あいつ妙に一人で抱え込んでる感じだったよな。
みたらしさん、大丈夫？
大丈夫だ。ちょっと腹をやっちまったみたいだな。
Next voice I heard was one I would have been happy to never hear again.
貴様、よくも舞を巻き込んでくれたな。これは俺たち7人のゲームだったはずだ。舞を巻き込むのはルール違反だろう。
監視しているくせによく言う。
As the pig's gaze turned toward her, Mai scurried around behind Mitarashi.
Oi, oi. 相手は子供なんだぜ。
You should just let Mai leave the park. He wasn't going to let Mai go. I felt my hands balling into fists. He doesn't listen to us at all. And he barely follows his own rules. Just makes stuff up as he goes along. He's all excited about offing someone else. That's awful. What a jerk. Putting a little girl like Mai in that kind of danger is just... You're gonna try and force a little kid to play your sick game? Adults are supposed to help and protect kids, not try and kill them. What is wrong with you? You're carrying a cigar. I frowned. What? That felt almost serious. What? That's it? He was gone, and the screen flickered off. We all sat down exhausted. The game of the day had been beaten, but Urabe... We hadn't been able to stop the bomb, and Urabe had disappeared. We didn't even know if he was alive. He did say all of us survived. I'm not sure how long we sat there before Shido suggested we go get something to eat. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Poo o'clock. When you're playing on a computer, it's always poo o'clock. I didn't feel very hungry, but Mai, apparently oblivious to the larger things at stake, was starving. We lumbered to our feet and headed in that direction. As soon as we stepped inside the restaurant, Miyoshi headed over to one of the piglets and began discussing something with it. What are they talking about? It didn't take long for me to find out.
黒子に治療を頼んだ。みたらしさんの。怪我、辛そうだから。
Piglet approached and gestured for Mitarashi to accompany it.
もうちょっと行ってくるわ。
He nodded and he disappeared off into the kitchen.
とにかく今は明日のためにも何か腹に入れないとな。
そうだな。
We'd all ordered and began to eat when Mitarashi returned. Dinner was quiet, unlike the night before, but it was hardly surprising. One of our companions had gone missing. That image, the smoking wreckage of the hospital, refused to leave my mind. Ah, it's a shame, because I didn't get to see it. Nobody's talking. I looked around the table. Everyone's expression was dark and gloomy.
浦部さんってさ。
What?
いや、やっぱなんでもない。
He shook his head and tried to go back to eating.
まあほら、きっと奴にもなんか事情があったんだろうぜ。
そんなの本人がいないんじゃ本当のことはわからないよ。
そりゃそうだけどよ。
しかし、奴のおかげで結果的に俺たちは助かった。一人も欠けることなくここにいる。
Yeah, he saved our lives. That seemed to end the conversation, and we went back to eating in silence. They're probably all wondering what to do next, too. I hoped Urabe was safe.
そういや、ワルドルーのやつ、妙なことを言ってたな。
他の生贄なんて求めてない。
それのどこが妙なんだよ。
裏を返せば、俺たちのことは生贄として求めているとも取れるからな。
なるほどな。あいつ、てっきり当てずっぽで俺たちを選んだもんだとばかり思ってたけどよ。
もしかしたら、俺たちは生贄として意図的にこのランドに集められた可能性があるんじゃないか。
Shido had been running security, and Wakaza had been invited as a celebrity guest. Miyoshi had come for exclusive DLC, and I was pretty sure Mitarashi had come just because he wanted to be there for the opening of a new park. Shirabe had been brought to the park by a mysterious phone call. You certainly wouldn't think these guys have anything in common by looking at them. Was there something else going on? Something behind the games that we couldn't see? We finished our meals and split up to go look for Urabe before the hotel docked. But either he wasn't out there or didn't want to be found, and we met back at the dock, exhausted.
残念だが、これ以上探している時間はなさそうだな。
No.
そうだな。明日もゲームは続く。体を休める必要もある。
もう失敗はできねえ。二度とな。
With heavy hearts, we ended our search and headed into the hotel. Where did you go? We were all way too exhausted to carry on any sort of conversation, so after short goodbyes we headed off to our rooms. I collapsed into my bed as soon as I was close enough to it to do so, expecting that I'd be asleep in minutes, but that didn't happen. I wonder where Hurabe is. I kept thinking about him and about the hospital getting blown up. Why was Urabe working with Augustine? And why would that stupid pig have to blow up part of Uncle Keiji's park after he worked so hard on it? Maybe if I just tried harder. I've got too much to think about. No way I'm getting to sleep. I sat up and sighed. I wonder if anybody else is having trouble sleeping. I didn't want to be a whiner, but I felt like I had to talk about this stuff with someone. It chooses for me. Am I locked in the route? Who'd be visiting me this late? I opened the door to find...
大丈夫か
Oh, Shido, what are you doing here?
別れ際に悲痛な面持ちだったのが気になってな。それに少し話がしたいとも思って。
Really, I was, just thinking about that too.
そうか。今日はいろいろなことがあったからな。
Yeah.
あまり思い詰めるなよ。
Thanks.
奴には事情があったんだ。おそらく俺たちには計り知れない事情がな。それを俺たちが気に病んでも仕方がない。前を向いて明日に備えなければ。俺たちを救おうとした浦部君丸の気持ちが無駄になる。そうだろ。
Yeah, I see what you mean.
じゃあ今日はもう休め。
10-4, officer. You get some shut-eye too.
俺も横になる。おやすみ。
He gave me a small grin, turned, and disappeared down the hallway. I have to admit, I feel a little better now. Alright, time for me to get some sleep. I was going to need my rest, so the sooner I got into bed, the better.
お姉ちゃん、
Mai, what are you doing here?
お姉ちゃんと一緒に寝てもいい？
Yeah. Of course, I mean, if it's okay with your dad. No, it's not okay with me.
大丈夫。
He did say they don't live together, so maybe she feels kinda uncomfortable staying with him. Okay, let's get in bed then. She's gonna wet the bed. I tuckered her in, then turned off the lights and climbed into bed myself. It's kinda like having a little sister. Mai was already snoring softly. I let my eyes drift closed. For the rest of my life, I would never forget the taste of that ice cream.
お兄ちゃん、次何に乗る？
She's gonna wet the bed.
次はコーヒーカップにしよう。ちょっと待ってあなたたち。そんなにいっぺんに乗り物に乗ったらすぐに疲れちゃうわよ。
そうだぞ。まだ時間もたっぷりあるさ。アイスクリームでも食べて休憩しよ
ママが買ってきてあげる。僕チョコレート。茜はバニラ。
Akane? Who's Akane? Akane ga kiru.
はい、どうぞ。いただきます。いただきます。
Stage 4. A hungry mice shook me awake the next morning. Gosh, I slept like a rock. I must have been more tired than I realized. As Maya and I ate breakfast, I thought back over what happened the day before. One of us had disappeared in the explosion. There was no getting around it. Just thinking about it made my chest ache, but the rest of us are still together. We can handle anything that Pig throws at us, can't we? Shiro was right about doing our best to win for Urabe. I dug into my food with renewed determination. I'm really glad Shiro didn't get hurt in the explosion. There was a very good chance I wouldn't have made it out if he hadn't helped me. Too bad Mitarashi wasn't so lucky. He's gotten hurt somehow every day so far. Most recently, he'd been hit in the stomach protecting Wakaza when the hospital exploded. I don't think that wound he got from taking that arrow from me on the first day is healed yet either. Huh? Oh no, peppers are fine. I hadn't realized I'd been absently stabbing at a pepper in my salad with my fork as I thought. No, I love bell peppers. Hey, after we finish breakfast, you want to go check up on Mitarashi? Yeah, you know. He got hurt, right? I'm a little worried he might just be pretending he's okay. We finished up our breakfast quickly and headed off to visit Mitarashi. Oh, you're all already here? We were all crammed into his room with Mitarashi sitting in his bed looking grumpy. Is he in pain? Even Mai seemed to realize he wasn't alright and didn't immediately jump up on him like she had before. Are you okay? For him, that was as good as a no. Wakaza didn't look very happy either. Maybe he was feeling guilty that Mitarashi had gotten hurt protecting him. He let out a long sigh and leaned back in an uncharacteristic display of resignation. We all frowned. I think someone should stay with Mitarashi. I'm just not sure who.
確かにその通りだな。いやいや、俺のことは気にしなくていいぞ。ゲームのクリアに集中してくれ。ただでさえ戦力が減ってるんだからな。参加者が減れば減るほどクリアは難しくなるだろ
う。It made sense.
みたらしの付き添いには前を置いていこうと思う。ゲームに付き合わせたくはないからな。
Well, that's a good idea. She should be safe here.
お兄ちゃんの看病できるか?
She nodded. Mitarashi shrugged and sighed.
前の年があと10歳上だったらな。おい。って冗談だよ冗談。まあ前の重りは俺に任せな。
おもりするのは前なの。
はいはい、わかってますよ。
With that, it was decided Mitarashi and Mai would stay behind at the hotel. Don't they need to ask permission? Before long, we'd arrived at the tower. His tone made me want to punch something, but instead I just ground my teeth and kept quiet.
みたらし流星の一時戦線離脱を認めてもらいたい。怪我で弱っている人間がいてもゲームがつまらなくなるだけだろう。
It wasn't quite what I'd been expecting.
怪しいな。何か裏がありそうだ。
Yeah, I agree. Shirabe and I kept our voices low, and if the Count heard us, he didn't say anything. What? Oh no.
.それってルールを変更するってこと？そんなのありえないよ。
ああ、最初からのルールならまだわかるが、そんなルール変更は承服しかねる。
He's specifically saying no one died. His ugly laugh cut out as the screen went black.
やるしかないのか。
行こう。少しでも早くアトラクションに行ってゲームを始めた方がいい。
ああ、目押しの言う通りだ。
Okay, let's go. The mood was grim as we headed toward the next attraction. Aliens. Space. Before long, we arrived at our destination, Shooting Colony.
それで今日のアトラクションの内容だが、そういえばみたらしがいないんだった
な。大丈夫。聞いてきたから。
そうか、助かった。
シューティングコロニーのアトラクションはムーンライトオークス。
それってどんな内容なの？
エイリアンに滅ぼされた月面コロニーで生き残った一組の男女が小型艇で宇宙を飛翔する 3D シューティングゲーム。主人公の男女が牛を擬人化したキャラクターなのが特徴なんだ。
The protagonists are cow people?
牛って人気あるの？それ女の子的にはどう？
Beats me.
なるほど。今度は SF か。本当にバラエティに富んだテーマパークだな。
ここから先は5人での戦いだ。相当過酷な状況になることは間違いない。
Right, we can do it, guys. We looked around at each other and nodded. Urabe gave us this chance. We have to do our best. Moonlight Ox. As soon as we arrived at Moonlight Ox, Oxstein's voice boomed out over the speakers. Escape the colony. That must be what Miyoshi was talking about.
ああ、ゲームと同じ内容だな。
今回もいくつかの組に分かれて行動するのか。厄介だな。
The piglet in front of the attraction began waving and gyrating in our direction. So we're going to have to drive something as partners?
大体そんな感じ。小型艇に登場するために2人1組になる必要があるって。
He's still the best at understanding what they are saying, but I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it too.
よし、早速2人1組に分かれよう。
一人あぶれちゃうけど。
僕は1 一人で構わないよ。
まあゲームが得意なことを考えれば三好が一人なのは鉄板だろうな。
Who do I want to pair with? Found myself glancing over at Cheeto, and as I did, our eyes met. Turned away, startled. What was that? Wait, why do I feel all flustered?
おい、稲船咲。
Yes?
俺と一緒に組まないか。
What?
ベンチはない。
I felt my heart jump. Why am I acting like this? Before I could respond, though, Wakaza spoke up.
自分だけ女の子と乗ろうなんてずるいよ。ねえ、僕と一緒に乗ろうよ。
Wait, seriously? What is going on here? I hadn't expected to choose between two men to end up on my list of things to do that day. Sorry. Shido did ask first. It was a silly excuse, but sorry.
がっかりだよ。
He didn't appear too upset though, and just shrugged and walked off. Sorry, I just felt like going with Cheeto today. So, why did you ask to partner with me? It didn't quite make sense.
ああ、その気になってな。あれからよく眠れただろうか。
Oh yeah, I slept fine. Thanks for checking up on me. He smiled, and I felt my heart jump again. How's my affection doing? Are those arrows going to go up all the way to the heart? Is that it? Oh my gosh. The piglet seemed to understand that we'd finished forming our teams and started wiggling around again.
そこにある小型艇に乗れって言ってる。
よし、行くか。
Right. We all climbed into our spaceships. As soon as we were in, each one lurched forward, heading off in a different direction. Apparently we'd been taking different routes. Looks like this turns it and that controls the gun. Fortunately, the controls appear to be very simple.
ああ、おそらくハンドルで小型艇を操縦し、レーザーガンで敵を倒すんだろう。
I pushed the stick to the side and the ship began to rotate in that direction. A little more experimentation revealed we could rotate a full 360 degrees.
レーザーガンは銃の扱いに慣れている俺が受け持とう。お前はハンドルを頼む。
No problem. The ship kept moving as we shifted around to get into position. The moment the announcement finished, the cockpit display began to flicker to life.
これはこのコロニーのマップか。なるほど。このマークが俺たちの小型艇だな。
The exit they were talking about is over there. I guess that's where we're supposed to go, but what are these PW things?
いくつか点在しているな。
Huh? Some sort of alien creature had popped up in front of us.
おい、ハンドルを30度右に切るんだ。
Roger. I nodded and brought the ship around.
よし。
He lined up his shot and finally pulled the trigger. With an appropriately lasery noise, a bolt of light shot out from our ship and hit the alien.
やったか。
Yeah, you hit... Wait.
びくともしていない。どういうことだ。
機体の青い宝石を撃つんだ。
なるほど。あの宝石か。
Fired again, hitting the jewel perfectly and turning it from blue to red. Yes, you got him! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the alien toppled to the ground.
仲間と通信できるとは知らなかったな。
よかった。
おい、他のみんなも聞こえるか？
ああ、聞こえるよ。どうやら3グループ同時に通信ができるようだな。
気をつけて。敵も攻撃してくるから。下手するとこっちもやられかねないよ。
了解した。お前たちも気をつけてくれ。何か。
オッケ
ー。了解。
Be careful. We continued forward for a while, shooting any aliens that showed up, until we reached the fork in the road. Where should we go? One of these heads to the emergency exit, but the other goes to one of the PWs. Normally you just go for the exit, but...
ああ、これはゲームだからな。稲船咲、お前はどう思う？
Curious about the PW. Kinda curious what those PWs are about.
ああ、同感だ。ただ普通にゴールに向かって終わるわけがないからな。
Alright, PW-1 it is.
みんな、聞こえるか？俺たちは PW1 に向かう。
了解。僕は脱出ゲートを目指すよ。
ー。オーライ。ならこっちは PW3 を目指すぜ。
Each ship moved off toward its destination. But they're in a ship inside a room? I don't get this. Aliens continue to attack us, but Shido's skill with the gun never ceased to impress me. Every shot was perfectly placed and he never missed.
どうやらこのルートは相当厳しいようだな。
Words were barely out of his mouth when the ship shook. We were under attack. Whoa! Right. I spun the ship around and Shido aimed and fired. Just as Shido pulled the trigger, the alien fired its own gun. It was aimed straight at me. No! Shido leapt toward the alien. Shido? He put himself in the path of the bullet. Are you okay? My chest felt tight. Too many people had already gotten hurt. But I didn't know what to say. Shido slowly stood up, grimacing in pain. Be careful, are you bleeding?
大丈夫だ。確かにものすごい衝撃だったが、突き刺さったとかそういう感覚じゃなかった。見ろ、ここに俺に当たって落ちた弾がある。
He held up the bullet that had just hit him. This is...
おそらく硬化ゴムだ。とはいえ、バカにできる代物じゃない。下手をすれば気を失うくらいの威力はありそうだ。
Does it hurt?
流星の言葉じゃないが、こんなもの絵でもないさ。刑事を甘く見ない方がいいぞ。
Alright.
気をつけて進もう。
We were almost there when the radio crackled to life. It was Miyashi. I was trying to think if we'd seen anything that could be a password when the announcer began to speak. What? 7,200 seconds?
2時間で自動的に消滅か。毎日爆発絡みで笑えないな。
Before I had a chance to respond, Shirabe's voice exploded over the radio. There are 5 PW points on the map.
どれか一つは外れか。よし、コーダ。 お前はそこから一番近い PW に向かってくれ。
了解。 PW2 を目指すよ。
よし、俺たちはとにかく目の前にある地点のパスワードを手に入れよう。
Sounds good. Just like that, our immediate goal changed. Find the password. Oh, Shido just called Miyoshi by his first name. We're slowly beginning to trust one another, and it looked like maybe we were starting to grow closer too. That made me happy.
これで最後のようだな。
Hooray! With the aliens exterminated, the PW1 point was ours.
パスワードを入手しました。パスワード O。
The sound of victory. Awesome.
よし、次に進もう。
Closest one would be PW5. Notify the others of where we were going and hit it off.
PW3 のパスワードは N だ。次は PW4 に向かうぞ。
Apparently he succeeded too.
了解、頼んだぞ。
Let's do so far, and it didn't even take us a full hour. I'd say we're doing pretty good.
あ、それより気にならないか。
What's that?
トワだ。
I guess we haven't heard from him, have we? Whoa, I totally forgotten. Shoba's voice crackled over the radio.
最初は元気だったんだから。
どうした？
僕、流星さんにあんなひどい怪我。
So that was it. I don't blame him. It sucks when somebody gets hurt because of you. Mitarashi had gotten hurt on the first day protecting me, and I still felt bad about it. Plus Shido had taken a rubber bullet for me.
やはりそうか。
Huh? Wasn't sure what he meant.
アトラクションの入り口でやけにはしゃいでいただろう。
Yeah, he'd made a big deal of trying to partner up with me.
から元気だろうと思っていた。
Oh. Why didn't I see it? Man, I feel like an idiot. Still, I was kind of impressed that Shido had figured it out.
くよくよ悩んでいても仕方がない。クリアに失敗したらそれこそ流星に申し訳が立たないだろう。
Yeah.
くよくよしてても仕方がないよね。
Even over the radio, he sounded like he was beginning to cheer up. Shido's pretty nice in his own way.
とにかく今はこのアトラクションのクリアに全力を傾けるぞ。
Just finished talking when Miyashi's voice came over the radio.
ど
Miyashi?
うした？こうだ。
Before he could respond, aliens appeared in front of and behind us.
くそ、挟み撃ちだと。
Oh no! Shido squeezed off a shot at the one in front, and I spun us around to get the other one, but... Ah! Before I could, their attack slammed into our ship.
大丈夫か？おい。
The radio!
くそ、ひとまず背後のエイリアンを倒すぞ。
Right!
参ったな。通信がいかれてしまった。これではみんなと連絡を取りようがない。
I'm worried about Miyashi.
しかし今はパスワードを手に入れることに専念するしかないだろう。
You're right. Our minds made up, we headed for the PW5 point.
パスワードを入手しました。パス
なんとかパスワードは手に入ったが、
There's only 25 minutes left on the
時
clock.
間ではもう一箇所回るのは無理だな。
Agreed, let's just hope somebody else got them.
その通りだ。
With that, we turned and set off toward the exit. After fighting our way through several more alien attacks, we finally arrived at the exit.
俺たちが最初か。
Where are they? I heard Miyoshi's last desperate transmission playing back in my head. Oh man, I hope he's okay.
ゲートの脇に入力装置があるな。確認してみよう。みんなの言葉信じるしかない。
Alright. Just like Miyoshi had said, there was a device next to the door that had spaces for 4 letters. All we've got so far is O, N, and M.
残りは一文字か。
He groaned.
よう、なんとか無事だったようだな。
お待たせ。
Shirabe, Wakaza. We'd been so absorbed, we hadn't even seen them approach.
待ちかねたぞ。
まだ15分もあるぜ。
They grinned at each other and I smiled to myself.
もう心配したんだからね。どっちも急に通信が途切れたからびっくりしたよ。
Wait, everybody's?
目押しも苦しそうな声を上げた直後、通信が切れた。
そうか。心配だが時間がない。残りのパスワードはどうなった？
Shirabe shook his
最
head.
初に伝えた N だけだ。もう一箇所は外れだった。
Okay. Oh no, then we have to wait for Miyoshi. Right.
無事であればいい。
Minutes ticked by and Miyoshi still was nowhere to be seen. Finally, Shirabe broke the silence.
そういや、浦部のやつ、結局朝になっても帰ってこなかったな。
Hey, I wonder where he is. I'm kind of worried about him. I bit my lip.
でもあの人裏切り者だよね。
まあそうだな。アトラクションを爆破して役目が終わったということかもしれんな。
He stroked his beard. Isn't he? I don't know. Urabe's not like that.
でもさ、そんなこと言ったって。
He didn't seem convinced.
いや、俺も奴を信じている。
Really? He nodded and smiled. Yeah, I knew I couldn't be the only one.
奴は俺たちを救おうとした。それは事実だ。奴がなぜ、どんな思いでワルドブーに従っていたのか。
まあ確かにな。
何か理由があったのかな。
奴の口から真実を聞くまでは信じるべきだ。俺たちは命を共にしたチームなんだからな。
Team. After a moment, oh shit. How was this? After a moment, Wakaza and Shirabe nodded. Good. I feel like we're all on the same page now. I let out a quiet sigh of relief.
残り5分か。今からでも目押しのやつを迎えに行くべきか？
The clock was running down and everybody could feel it. Look!
あれはコータの小型艇だ。
He'd arrived with only minutes to spare.
無事でよかった。
いや、無事なのか？
パスワードは。おう。
With his message delivered, Miyoshi crumpled to the floor. Miyoshi?
どうしたコータ、しっかりしろ。
よった。
Car stick?
実はずっと酔いがひどくて。
うめき声を上げた時か？
あの後すぐにエイリアンに撃たれて通信が途切れたんだ。
You got shot?
大丈夫。機体の方だから。
Oh. I felt some of the tension leave me.
ぐるぐる回転するの苦手みたいだ。
頑張ったな。お前は少し休んでいてくれ。
よし、パスワードを入力しよう。
We left Miyoshi to sit down for a bit and headed back to the exit.
が2つに N と M か。
さて、あとは文字を打ち込む順番だが、これは簡単だな。
Moon? Correct order has got to be Monokuma. Kuma. It's Moon, right?
普通に考えればそうだよね。ここって月面コロニーって設定らしいし。
Shiro typed Moon into the device next to the door. A loud noise filled the room and the PA began to speak.
スペースコロニークリア。
Yay!
ひとまず第一関門クリアか。
危なかったね。時間ギリギリだったよ。
We climbed back into our ships and headed out the exit. We passed through the open exit and found ourselves flying through space. We were actually still just moving down a set path, but the gentle up and down motion of our spaceship made it feel like we were flying.
遊園地好きな流星がいれば喜んだかもしれないな。
Yeah, but then he'd probably get mad and act like he didn't care. Why do you think he's so worried that we'll figure out he loves amusement parks?
バレバレだというのにな。
We giggled at the thought of Mitarashi trying desperately to cover up his apparently embarrassing enthusiasm.
のミッションです。小型艇が撃ち落とされる前にボスエイリアンを倒してください。
As soon as the announcement was finished, aliens appeared all around us.
すぐに撃ち落とさないとまずい。サキ、行くぞ。
Right. I was surprised for a moment to hear him call me by name, but it didn't last long.
旋回45度だ。
Roger! By now our teamwork was pretty tight, and we plowed through aliens like a treasure on a deadline. Miyoshi seemed to be feeling better, and Shirabe and Wakaza were holding their own as well.
これで大体片付いたか。
What could only be described as boss music began to play. Do you think this is the general?
来るぞ。
うひゃー、でかい。
あれを全部撃てってのか？
Unlike the other aliens we'd fought, this one had 4 jewels and they were scattered across its body.
あの4箇所を狙えということか。おいサキ、右に30度旋回だ。
Roger! I twisted the stick to the right and our ship turned. You got him!
いや、ちょっと待て。
Hmm? Jewel blinked red for a moment or so, then turned blue again.
聞いてないみたいだ。
What's going on?
俺たちも撃つぞ。
Shirabe and Wakaza hit the jewel too, but the result was the same.
おかしい。いくら撃っても宝石が青く戻ってしまう。一体どうなっているんだ。
They all need to be shot at the same time. So he needs to use his gun. Almost as if in response, the alien general slammed its huge body into our ship. Ah! My ship shook so hard and had to hang on tight. I had to hang on tight or risk being thrown out. Yeah, I'm fine, but why can't we beat it?
わからない。だが、何か理由があるはずだ。
Shido took another shot at one of the jewels, just as Miyoshi did the same.
なんだ、この音は。
Look, the jewels you shot are blinking faster. Blinking was faster. Both turned blue again almost immediately. What was that? They both hit jewels at the same time. I feel like we've almost got it. This one's pretty easy for anyone that has ever played a game. When we shot it, the jewel didn't stay red. When Shido shot it a minute ago, I heard a weird noise. The jewel started blinking faster and something was definitely different. I think it's because Miyoshi and Shido attacked at the same time, which made the two jewels blink red. Both of them turned blue again, so we're not sure how to defeat the alien general. If we take too long and he gives us another body slam, we might not make it. It's attacked at the same time. How the heck are we supposed to beat it? Ah, shit. This one was pretty easy. Wait, what if we attacked all four of the jewels at the same time?
なるほど。さっきの音は同時に宝石が赤く光ったからか。
Yeah.
しかし、4箇所同時に狙い撃つのは小型艇が3機しかない今。
You have a gun. You're right, gosh, if only all 7 of us were here.
小型艇も4機になるはずだった。
Of course. Suddenly Augustein's comment about us rolling with a smaller crew made sense. This is what he was talking about.
弾丸は発射してから次の弾が装填されるまでに少しタイムラグがある。同時に4箇所狙うのは不可能だ。
Shido punched the side of the spaceship angrily. We have to think. There's gotta be another way. I closed my eyes and thought furiously. Attack all of them at once. That would mean... we just have to hit all 4 jewels, right? If we had like a stick or something. Not that a stick would have worked very well. The alien was too far away. Still... there was a glint in his eye. Huh? Yes, I trust you. Shinjiteru! He flashed a wide smile, then stood up and handed me the controls for the ship's gun. What?
おい、みんな、よく聞け。同時に4つの宝石を狙うぞ。コータは右、トアは左、サキは腹。一発勝負だ。
He pulled something out of his jacket, a smooth black pistol.
俺の号令に合わせろ。
He planted his foot on top of our ship and glared at the alien general. I tightened my grip on the ship's gun and I aimed it at my jewel. Suddenly the alien fired. Watch out! The bullet shot past Shido's face, grazing his cheek and sending his sunglasses flying. He didn't even blink. Shido! Right. I turned back to the gun. My heart pounding in my chest. I could feel my hands getting slick with sweat. Four bullets shot out. And 4 jewels turned red. The roaring sound of an explosion filled the air and the alien general sank down into the floor. He gave me a shaky grin, then sat down hard. There was blood dripping from the cut his sunglasses had left on his forehead. Are you okay? I pulled a handkerchief out of my pocket and pressed it against the wound. Your sunglasses broke. If they're broken now, Before I could finish my sentence, he slipped his hand into his jacket and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. Wait, what? Aren't those?
常に3セット携帯している。
Damn. He kept a straight face for only a second or so before grinning, and then finally laughing outright. I couldn't help but join in. Damn, I feel like I came with the right guy this time. The bodiless voice echoed through space. We did it.
ああ、お前のひらめきのおかげだ。
Evie smiled and reached out and tousled my hair. I froze and felt my eyes widen.
すまん。
No, it's nothing. Shido pulled back his hand quickly, looking as surprised by his own action as he had been by my reaction. I didn't expect that, although I guess it wasn't really bad, per se. In fact, it was kind of nice. The sudden announcement had taken me by surprise, and as soon as it finished, a compartment in front of the seat popped open.
宝箱だな。
Yeah, it is. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief.
やれやれ。今日はなんとか爆破されずに済んだな。
助かった。
I took a deep breath. The air outside tasted so good. The calm was shattered by an all too familiar voice.
"そんなことより、なぜ小型艇が4台ないとクリアできないことを黙っていた?"
He was starting to get pretty tired of Augustyn's selfishness. We're risking our lives and he just says to forget about it? And why does he get to complain about that jewel? We only shot it because he didn't tell us about the ships. And we didn't have a choice. How could he act like a stupid jewel is more important than our lives? The only reason the jewel got broken in the first place is because you didn't tell us stuff you should have. And you just blew up an entire attraction. How do you get to lecture us about breaking a jewel? Just like that, he seemed to just forget all about his earlier frustration. Then the screen went dark. Man, what a long day.
ああ、だがなんとか乗り切れてよかった。
僕はまだちょっと酔いが。
今日は早々に横になった方がいいな。
僕もうヘトヘトだよ。
After taking a few minutes to catch our breaths, we headed for the restaurant. Once we arrived, I asked the piglet on duty if we could get our food to go. We decided to eat with Mitarashi and Mai instead of in the restaurant. Think he's saying of course? Still wasn't quite sure how to interpret the piglet's strange movements. Let's see, I'd like a barbecue pork, a kid's meal. I read off the list of meals I'd gotten from the others. I guess that's okay. It nodded several times and began to move toward the kitchen before I held out a hand to stop it. Oh, one more thing. Could you lend me a first aid kit? Piglet nodded and disappeared. They're so weird. I can't tell if they're men or women, and they can't or won't talk, but at least they're not attacking us or something? I was still thinking when a piglet appeared with our food and the first aid kit. After thanking it, I headed back to our table, where Shido sat, deep in thought. Hey,
ああ、どうかしたか？
can I see your back? You got hit, remember? I just want to be sure you're alright. Probably should do something to his face first.
単なる打ち身だ。大したことはない。
Well then, there's no harm in letting me take a look. Let's go.
なんだかやけに強引だな。
He grumbled and frowned, but took off his jacket and turned his back to me. I lifted up his shirt to see a massive black and blue bruise. This is because he was looking out for me. I felt sad and angry at myself, but I couldn't take back what had already happened, so I just did what I could to treat it, and pulled his shirt back down. I must have looked upset because I felt him lay a hand on my shoulder.
そう気にするな。
I know, it's just...
俺は刑事だ。こう見えて数々の修羅場をくぐり抜けてきた。
Thanks.
そんなことより、ホテルが接岸するまでまだ時間がある。ギリギリまで浦部を探さないか。
Yeah, we can't just leave him out there.
そうと決まったら行くぞ。
We told the others, then headed off to look. But the food is getting cold. Our first stop was the ruins of the bloodstained hospital. Shido looked at them and sighed.
やはりここにはいないか。
It barely even looked like, well, anything. The explosion had turned it into a twisted mass of broken concrete and bent metal. We made our way to where we'd last seen Urabe, but there was no trace of him. Where is he? Shido grumbled and began to pick his way back out of the wreckage. Looks pretty upset. Makes sense though, I am too. Shido took his job very seriously, and that meant he felt responsible for our safety. I suppose that's why he took that bullet for me. For a moment I remember the horrible looking bruise on his back. But why is he so determined? He didn't know that was a rubber bullet when he jumped in front of it. He was kind of a jerk to me on the first day, but I think his heart was in the right place, and he pretended to fight Mitarashi to tell him his plan on day 2. He was the only person worried about Wakaza, and he said we should trust Urabe. He did seem kind of cold sometimes, but the more I thought about it, the more it seemed like he acted that way because he didn't want to put people in danger. But he's not just like that because he's a cop, there's something else. Shido,
なんだ？
why are you always going out of your way to protect people? He turned to look at me, surprised. Is that a weird question? He frowned and thought for a moment.
それは。いや、なんでもない。まあ、昔にいろいろあってな。
Well, that wasn't very helpful. Looked like that was a touchy subject. I felt a little bad for bringing it up. We continued our search for Urabe in silence until Shido's phone rang.
もしもし。ああ。なんだと。わかった。すぐに行く。
Is something wrong?
調べさんからだ。浦部がいた形跡を発見したと。
Where?
タワー前の広場らしい。急ごう。
Right. Shirabe?
ああ、やっと来たか。これを見てくれ。
He held out a string of red prayer beads. Urabe was wearing this.
一体どこに落ちていたんだ？
あそこの前だ。
pointed to the large door set in the front of the tower. Is he in there?
確証はないかな。
中には入れないのか。
調べてはみたが、おそらく無理だろう。
That's bad. I frowned and looked up at the castle.
奴が爆発に巻き込まれていないと分かっただけでも。ああ。
Do you think he's okay?
きっと大丈夫だ。奴ならきっと。
I got the feeling he was reassuring himself as much as me. Oh, Urabe, I hope you're okay. After finding Urabe's beads, we decided to call off the search for the night and head back. Once we reached the hotel, everyone headed to Mitarashi's room.
よ、遅かったじゃないか。心配したぜ。
おかえりなさい。
They both smiled as we stepped inside.
心配したのは俺たちの方だ。どうだ、怪我の具合は。
見ての通り、ピンピンしてるぜ。
お兄ちゃんさっき痛いって。
まあいい、そりゃ秘密だ。
ごめんなさい。
I looked around the room and saw that everyone was smiling.
ほっとしたら、なんだか無性に腹が減ってきやがった。
Oh, here you go. We got you something at the restaurant. You too, Mai. Heat up.
ありがとう。
サンキュー。俺もありがたく頂戴するぜ。
He began shoveling food into his mouth. The moment it was in his hands, so we all found places to sit down and dug into our own dinners. While we ate, we talked about the attraction we'd play that day.
やっぱり、今日もやばいやつだったんだな。
Mitarashi frowned. He'd finished eating long before the rest of us.
俺が参加してさえいればな。
いや、ひとまず前の面倒を見てくれて助かったよ。こっちは指導の活躍でなんとかなったしな。それに、お前が一緒に過ごしてくれたおかげか、前が昨日よりも落ち着いたように感じる。
そっか、俺、ホスト辞めてホフさんにでも転職すっかな。
似合うかも。
冗談だって。でもま、子供は笑顔が一番だからな。
Probably pays worse.
確かに僕もそう思うよ。
てか、お前だってまだ子供じゃねえか。
Was it just me or did Wakaza react kind of weirdly?
それで、浦部は結局見つかってねえのか。
He looked suddenly serious as Shirabe handed him the prayer beads and explained what he'd found.
そうか。あいつ、ワルドブータワーに捕まってるかもしれねえのか。
確証をつかんだわけじゃないが、おそらくはな。
心配だな。
Silence fell over the room. Each one of us was thinking about what could have happened to Urabe.
ところで、今日のゲームの成功報酬のことなんだが。
He looked around expectantly.
そういえば、いつも受け取ってる成功報酬のキーワード、意味がわからないよね。
ああ、もしかすると、こいつが解明できれば、ワルドブーの企みや正体もわかるんじゃないかと思ってな。
なるほど。今日のメモに書かれていたのは K1 か。
The others were Sun and 07.
で、昨日はクリアに失敗しまったせいで、成功報酬がなかったと。
それが悔やまれるな。
今までのキーワードだって全く意味がわからないし、昨日のがあったって大して変わらないんじゃない？
さっぱりわからんな。
spent a little longer discussing them, but nothing came of it. I should tell Uncle Keiji about the rewards, though. Maybe he'll know something. It's not a bad idea. After a few more minutes of talking about nothing important, Mai started to nod off, so we decided it was time to go to bed. Gosh, is every game going to be this exhausting? I lay down on my bed and ran over the day's events in my head. I wonder if Shido swapped out that wrap I gave him. He'd probably showered and taken it off. I decided to go drop by his room. Yeah, we're locked in his route now. Sorry, it's me, Inafune. Are you still up?
どうした?
No, I'm fine. I was just wondering if you remember to change your wrap after the shower.
そんなことか。だったら心配は無用だ。
Good, glad to hear it. What are you laughing at?
お前はなんだか変なやつだな。
Dawn?
いや、悪い。これでも褒めているんだ。こう、普通とは違うというか、変わっているというか。
That's not much better.
そうか？俺はこれでもすごく褒めているつもりなんだが。
What are you trying to say?
今までに見たこともないくらいに鋭い直感を持っている。なのに、時々早とちりでおっちょこちょいだ。
What? You're really bad at giving compliments.
すまない。でも、ここまで本音で話せるのは、俺がお前を信頼しているからなんだ。
When did I jump the gun? What is this? My heart feels like it's going to pop.
だから、そんな顔をするな。
What? He suddenly reached out and pinched one of my cheeks gently.
お前は笑っていた方がいいぞ。
Hey.
引きつってるのは俺のせいか。失敬した。
He let go of my cheek and stepped back.
俺のことはもういいから、そろそろ休め。明日も気を抜けない一日になるだろうからな。
We're halfway there, though. Okay, good night. After he closed the door, I just stood there for a few long moments before shaking myself and heading back to my room. He wasn't drunk or something, was he? Shido had been right about needing sleep, though. I just climbed into bed when I heard a knock on my door. Yes? I opened the door to find Mai. Presumably she wanted to sleep with me again? Alright, let's go to bed. I grinned and lifted her up onto the bed. You're not going to sleep with Ryusei?
お姉ちゃんのところに行きなさいって言われちゃった。
I see.
仕事がすごいから恥ずかしいんだって。
Really, are you serious? Well, at least Mai will keep me from thinking about Shido all night. We ended up talking for a little while longer before finally drifting off to sleep. Oh, what is she supposed to be? We hadn't noticed it, but the shadow of doom was already creeping up to our feet.
眠っちゃったわね。
あれだけはしゃげばな。
僕、眠ってないよ。あら、そんなに眠そうな声を出して。眠ってもいいのよ。家まではもう少しかかるんだから。おやすみ。
思い切って休みを取ってよかったな。
ええ、忙しいのにありがとうございます。
いや、やはりこういった時間は必要だと実感したよ。これからはなるべく時間を作ろうと思う。
あなた、無理なさらないでね。
Stage 5. In the morning, Mai and I ate breakfast and then headed for the lobby. Gosh, I feel kinda nervous about seeing Shido. Once I'd woken up, memories of the night before had kept popping up faster than I could shove them away. What the heck is going on with me? I was still deep in thought when Shido himself walked up to me.
Ohayo, Saki.
So I guess we're on first name basis now? Oh, I knew I wasn't the only one. Alright, Inafune, you need to calm down. Snap out of it. You've got stuff to do. Bit by bit, the others trickled into the lobby except for Mitarashi. Shirabe noticed Mai standing next to me and gave me a sort of I'm sorry smile. I shook my head and told him it wasn't a problem at all. I wasn't really doing much after all. I drifted off again when Wakaza spoke up.
なんで彼女を見てニヤニヤしてるのさ。
俺のことか。
指導さんに言ってるんだからそうに決まってるじゃん。
ニヤニヤなどしていないが。
してた。めちゃくちゃしてた。
そんなことはない。別に俺はニヤニヤなどと。
He looks slightly shaken. Why would Shido be looking at me? Wakaza had to have been mistaken.
まあ、指導のやつがニヤニヤしてた件については置いといて
だから俺はニヤニヤなどしてはいないと。
まあまあ、それよりみたらしのやつが熱を出したそうだ。
熱？
Is he okay?
ああ、おそらく怪我から来るものだろう。で、今日のことだが。
He's out again?
どう考えても、流星は連れていけんな。
前なんだが、熱を出してるやつのところに置いていっても大丈夫だろうか。
風邪じゃないしね。熱が移ることは心配しなくていいと思うよ。
そうか。なら前、頼んだぞ。
She looked very excited. I'm worried about Mitarashi, but if we don't beat today's game, that won't matter much. That's odd that he's out again. Just got to the plaza, Augustine, didn't waste any time.
ま、なんとかなるだろう。
The pig actually seemed almost disappointed by Shiro's disinterested response, but quickly moved on to his next point. A surprise.
嫌な予感がする。
まあ、やつの言うサプライズだからな。
くだらない前置きはいい。さっさとそのサプライズとやらの内容を言え。
What? The image of Augustine disappeared to be replaced with Hurabe? On the screen, we could see Hurabe, unconscious. He was only there for a split second before the pig reappeared. A miserable pile of secrets. Wink. Shido stepped forward.
わかった。だが、もし今日のゲームクリアに成功したら、浦部は返してもらおう。 それでこそイーブンな賭けだ。その方がゲームが面白くなるはず。違うか？
Gosh darn it, he's really cheesing me off. He's acting like our lives don't mean anything. I always get mad at him. What makes him think he's the law? He's got the bones. Where do you get off treating us like we're just toys or something? If all you're going to do is push us around whenever you feel like being a jerk, what's the point of having rules in the first place? With that, he was gone.
これで今日のゲームを乗り切れば。
ああ、浦部が帰ってくる。
Filled with new determination and focus, we headed out. Where are we going this time? What? The entrance?
それで今日のゲームの舞台は？このランドのアトラクションはみたらしから一通り聞いてるんだろう？
Yeah, she nodded.
今日のコミュニティバザールはエリア全体が巨大なショッピングモールになってるらしい。
おっと、今日はアトラクションじゃないのか。
それでそのショッピングモールのモチーフになっているゲームは？
バザールプラネットっていうゲームで宇宙に自分の店である惑星プラネットを出店できるんだ。客として訪れた他のユーザーのキャラに向けて物が売買できるのんびり生活型のコミュニティシミュレーションだ。
For casuals. Gross. Sounds fun.
ああ、だから老若男女問わず人気があるゲームなんだ。
Wakaza finally spoke up.
浦部さん、みんなの解放を訴えてくれたんだね。絶対に助け出さなきゃ。
人質が誰だろうと。
Shino's tone was harsh and determined.
指導さん冷たいよ。
He's not being cold at all. Wakaza just doesn't get it. Even if Shido looks calm, he's probably more fired up right now than any of us. That's why he asked for Urabe if we beat the game. He'd do anything to protect us. I have to do my best. I gotta help the park and get Urabe back. Whoa, they really went all the way with the space theme, huh? If the situation had been different, I probably would have had a lot of fun shopping, but as it was... His transmission cut out as one of the piglets stepped forward.
そこのショップに入れって言ってる。
やれやれ。それじゃあ行くかね。
Okay. We followed the piglet into one of the shops. Oh god, is this place selling Count Hochstein's stuff? It was packed with all sorts of different things, but every single one had Hochstein's image on it. In the center of the room was a statue of an alien. It was holding a large tray, and on its chest was a digital panel of some sort. The voice seemed to come from the statue. With that, the statue fell silent. So he's asking us to look for something that costs 10,000 yen, right?
ああ、みんなで店の中を探してみよう。
でも探すって言ったって、ここの商品一つも値札がついてないよ。
Yeah. Without price tags, how are we supposed to know what anything costs? Shiro stared at the statue for a few long moments. That's like 50 euros, I think.
どうも、この宇宙人のトレイに何かを乗せると、カウンターに値段が表示される仕組みになっているようだな。
Shiro tapped its head.
こいつのおでこに大きく書かれている6って数字が気になるが、ひとまず何か乗せてみるか。
Okay, might as well start with this. I picked up a sort of pendant with Augustine face on it and set it down on the tray. Oh? Panel changed to show 100 yen, and the number on the statue's head clicked down to 5.
数字が減った。これはどうやら。
Oh, that's the number of guesses. We only have 5 tries to find it?
無数にあるこのグッズの山の中からか。海に落ちた小石を探すようなもんだな。
まずは1万円しそうなグッズを集めよう。アナウンスは一つだけ定価のものが売ってると言った。それなら1万円のグッズは普段から1万円で売られているもののはずだ。
We all nodded and headed off to different parts of the store to look. Alright, guess I'll start here, huh? Someone tapped my shoulder and I turned around to see Shiro. What's wrong?
一緒にグッズを選ばないか。こういう場所にはあまり慣れていなくてな。
Yeah, sure. Shall we? We began to search through the items in the corner of the store. Well, 10,000 yen is pretty expensive. What about these earrings?
ピアスというのは高いものなのか。
I'm not sure. It's hard to tell what they're made of, but they look pretty well manufactured. I'd say they're more expensive than a lot of this stuff.
しかし、さっきも言ったが、俺はこういうことに疎くてな。
Apparently so.
すまん。こっちのぬいぐるみなんかはどうだ？
Stuffed animal. Well, some of the bigger ones can get expensive, but I frowned in thought as I examined the shelves of stuffed Count Augustines.
やはり、お前もこういったものが好きなのか？
Huh?
いや、いきなり関係ないことを聞いてすまない。
Was he blushing? Not really. I mean, I like stuffed animals, but not if they're of Count Augustine, right? Not really a fan of Augustine, so I don't like these, but yeah, I do like stuffed animals. Damn, she said exactly what I said.
そうなのか。
Why do you look so surprised?
死刑。一緒にいるとあまり感じないが、お前も女の子なんだな。
What do you mean that kind of girl? What? I wasn't sure what he meant by that, but whatever it was, he seemed to find it funny. Oh well. After a few minutes of searching, we all met back at scale with about 30 different pieces of merchandise. All of Wakasa's stuff looks like it could be in the right price range. But what the heck were Shirabe and Miyoshi thinking? He brought back a bucket, a dustpan, and several Augustine-shaped hats.
さき、この中から明らかに安そうなものを探して弾いてくれないか。
Are you sure you want to trust me with that?
買い物の ことは女の子が一番詳しそうだし、いいんじゃない？
Sausage fest. Alright, just give me a minute. I felt a slight twinge of guilt as I threw out pretty much everything Miyoshi and Shirabe had brought. When I was done, we were left with 16 items.
さて、これからどうするか。
He rubbed his beard and stared at our pile of stuff.
2回しかチャンスがないからな。せめてこのグッズの中に正解が含まれてるかどうかだけでもわかるといいんだが。
Let's see. Put them all on the tray. That seems like cheating. Let's try the most expensive looking one. I mean, yes. I think we should just put whatever looks the most expensive on the tray.
それが一番正解率が高そうだな。
なんかこう、一度に5、6個の値段が分かったりすれば数回で済むのにね。
なるほど。とは、一度に複数個乗せてみるのはいいアイデアかもしれないぞ。
Is it?
そうか。一度に複数個乗せることを想定してるから、トレイがやけに大きいのか。
What if it's the statue itself?
ああ。この中に正解が含まれていれば、計算上はクリアできる。まずは全部一度に乗せてみよう。もし1万円のものが含まれていれば、金額は当然1万円を超えるはずだ。
Alright, well, let's get going then. We quickly heaped all the junk we'd collected into the tray. Oh? The cost display changed to 100,000 to 11,500 yen, and the number on the alien's forehead dropped to 4.
よし。この中に正解が入っているのは間違いない。今度は半分の8個を乗せてみよ
う。Okay, just...
ちょっと待ってよ。チャンスはあとたったの4回しかないんだよ。もしその8個に正解が入ってなかったら1回損しちゃうじゃない。
いや、もし正解が入ってなかったとしたら、乗せなかった残り半分に正解が入っていることになるだろう。
あ、そっか。なるほど。
So we did as Shiro had suggested. The items we tested didn't contain the right one, and the number of tries remaining dropped to 3. Let's just split them again. We have the 8 remaining items and put 4 of them on the tray. This time it's at 10,300. 2 tries left. Okay, now just 2. Cost showed 10,100. 1 try left. Right. I looked at the last 2 items for a long minute and finally chose the stuffed Count Augstein. Slowly, carefully, I set it down on the tray. Price was exactly 10,000, and as that appeared, the number on the alien's forehead flipped to 0. And the answer is the stuffed Count Augstein, right? Almost seemed like it was answering me.
ひとまずはクリアできたな。
The alien wasn't finished talking.
負け惜しみか？ギリギリまで回数を使ったら何が？
ちょっと待って。何か聞こえる。
He pointed at the door in the rear of the shop. We all ran up to it to listen. You're right, sort of a gurgling?
ああ、聞こえるな。
Shiro quickly examined the door. It didn't appear to be locked.
隣の部屋に入ってみよう。
Slowly and carefully, he opened the door. The room was dimly lit, but full of fish tanks of various sizes. Many of them held swarms of colorful tropical fish. In the center of the room was a huge cylindrical tank. Next to it was a statue, just like the one in the previous room. There is a character in the opening that still hasn't shown up. Oh no, look! I gasped in shock. Inside the tank was Urabe. It was filling gradually with water, which had already passed his knees. That was the source of the noise we'd heard.
Oi! Urabe! Urabe!
Urabe? We patted on the tank, but he was unconscious and didn't seem to hear us.
水もう浦部さんのお腹のところまで来ちゃってる。
おい、この水槽の上にある数字は何だ？
Above the tank was a display showing 6 out of 10.
6? ってまさかさっきの宇宙人のおでこの数値と連動してる？
Does that mean every time we made a guess the tank got more water?
そうか。さっきのアナウンスの負け惜しみはこれを指してたのか。
くそ。あと4回水が流れ込めば、浦部の体は完全に水没してしまう。
この水槽がいっぱいになっちゃったら君たちの負けだよ。
I wasn't sure if I imagined it, but the alien's voice sounded almost happy. On its forehead was a number 4, just like the other statue, when it dropped to 0. No, I didn't even want to think about that.
ここからが本当のお買い物。売買テクニックがものを言うからせいぜい頑張ろうね。
The alien cackled.
今から5回お買い物をしてもらうよ。お小遣いは1万円。予算が足りなくならないようにうまくやりくりしてね。
20 coins with 500 written on them tumbled out of the alien's mouth. 10,000 yen.
1万円で5回買い物をするか。
A light flicked on, illuminating one of the fish tanks.
順番に売り物をお知らせするよ。その品物にここまでなら出してもいいって金額をかけてね。もしその金額が品物の値段より高ければ品物を手に入れることができるよ。
つまり、答えた金額が品物の値段より低ければ品物を手に入れることはできないわけか。おそらく買い物に失敗すると宇宙人のおでこの数字が減る仕組みになっているんだろう。
なんかややこしいね。
要は値段当てゲームだ。その品物の値段を予想し、買えるであろう最低の金額を答える。
So we're playing the Price is Right?
大事なのは5回で1万円をやりくりすることなんだろうな。配分を考えないと後で金が足りなくなる。
だからって金額を渋って買い物を失敗したらあの水槽に水が溜まっていく。
That sounds tough.
失敗は許されない。慎重に行くしかないな。
Shiro sighed and walked up to the lit tank.
さて、この魚の値段がいくらなのかだが、
There were 10 small, colorful fish in it.
誰か熱帯魚に詳しい人間はいないか。
We all shook our heads.
ただのメダカにしか見えんな。せいぜい1匹100円程度じゃないかと思うが。
There's a chance they're more expensive than they look. I don't know. Sounds about right. Shirobe's guess seemed as good as any.
僕全然想像つかないや。
でもこういう一見安そうなものほど高いのかもしれない。
何か判断の基準が欲しいな。
とは言っても、俺たちには5回で1万円って情報しかないが。
5回で1万円。そうか。それが基準になるかもしれないぞ。
Shiro looked surprised and pleased.
どういうことだ？
5回で1万円をやりくりするということは、5回すべての商品の値段を足しても1万円以内ということだ。
なんで？
例えば、1匹1万2000円など、どうやりくりしても買えないような値段だったら、そもそも勝負としておかしいだろう。
That's a good
そう
point.
すると、1回あたりの値段の平均は2000円。これを基準にして、その魚が高そうか安そうかを考えることはできる。
whose emote is this? Channel activated, really? That is glorious. Kashpa? I've never been here before. What a glorious emote. They have FFZ emotes too. Damn. I did not expect that. Unlocked it with channel points, of course. Activated as 3 or 4 channels. Huh. Not managed by boomers, I guess. They have FFZ emotes. Seriously though, that emote is amazing. But yes, we are playing the Price is Right.
なるほどな。実際には値段の幅がどれくらいあるかわからんが、目安が何もないよりははるかにマシだ。
Lost all the weight right after? Doesn't matter. The emote is glorious.
ただ、これはあくまでも推測であって確証はない。とりあえず、1回目は様子を見よう。
Traumatized by RTP, baby. We decided to lead off with a low bet of 500 yen.
500円だ。
He spoke and laid one coin on the tray.
500円お預かり。さて、商品のお値段は
The counter on the alien's chest began to spin. Last, the number ticked into place, stopping at 2,500.
買い物失敗。代金は没収です。
The number on the statue's forehead dropped to 3. The water began to pour into Urabe's tank. No!
目の前でこうなると。
Wakaza shifted from foot to foot nervously.
だがどうやら平均が2000円というのはあながち的外れでもなさそうだな。
さて、2つ目の商品はこち
Another fish tank lit up, this one with 3 large red goldfish. Are those goldfish?
そんなに単純かな。
とにかくここからだ。2連続で失敗はできない。
平均値の 1.5 倍。3000円くらいぶち込んでみるか。
そうだな。やりくりのリスクはあるが、その金額ならそうそう失敗はないだろう。
Oh, bet lower.
3000円だ。
He tossed 6 coins into the tray.
3000円お預かり。さて、商品のお値段は
I'd bet 2,000. This is before the numbers began to spin. Ticked into place until the value shown was 1,500. I would have won.
お買い物成功。品物が手に入ってよかったね。
I'm so good at the Price is Right. Number on the statue's forehead remained at 3.
1500円の損だが、 買い物は残り3回だ。よくよく考えてみれば、あと1回勝てば数字がゼロになることはない。
そっか。あと1回勝てれば浦部さんは助かるんだ。
What? No, we need to buy 5 things, not bid on 5 things. Awesome. I could feel the tension begin to slip away.
さて、3つ目の商品はこちら。
Did I misunderstand this game? Another tank lit up. This one contained 8 small shrimp, each one about half an inch long, with red and white spots.
よし、これで決めよう。全額かけてもいいんじゃないのか？
Yeah, let's do it. No, let's not do it. That's dumb.
6500円だ。
He threw the remaining 13 coins into the tray.
6500円お預かり。さて、商品のお値段は？
Oh man, I hope this does it. Numbers on the counter started to spin just like before, but when they stopped... 8,000 yen? Didn't make any sense. What? Wait, it can't be right. Those 3 things added up to more than 10,000. Number on the statue's forehead clicked down to 2. The sound of water pouring into Urabe's tank filled the room.
残りの買い物はあと2回。数字も2。手持ちゼロじゃん。
このまま水槽に水が溜まるのを見てるしかないってこと？
水槽がいっぱいになればゲームのクリアも失敗だ。
Oh no. It's fair to say the atmosphere in the room was grim.
降参しますか？どうしますか？
The tone of the announcer was almost mocking.
降参？自動的にゲームクリア失敗になるわけじゃないのか？
きっと何か見落としがあるんだ。これがゲームである以上、必ずルールがあるはず。
If we missed something, then it was probably something the alien said. Come on, Inafune, what did it say? The first thing it said was that if the tank filled up, we'd lose. That seemed pretty straightforward. Next it said, now it's time for your real shopping trip. Your commerce skills are going to get a real workout here. Can we sell the ones we bought? Wasn't all the aliens said though. You will be given 10,000 yen, you will make 5 purchases. Take care not to run out of money. That's all I can remember. I gotta figure out what the hint is or we're going to fail this game. There's still gotta be some way we can save Urabe. We can't surrender. Yeah, it's commerce. Because we can sell. Exactly. I'm so smart. God damn it. Commerce, that's it. We don't just buy, we're supposed to sell too.
なるほど。売買か。
なるほど。
すっかり見落としていたな。
Okay. We set the fish we bought earlier on the tray.
500円で買い取りいたします。
The alien spat out 3 coins.
買ったものを売れば軍資金にできる。それがこの買い物のルールだったのか。
Sell the pig. Yeah, once you look at it that way, it makes sense that they were adding up to more than we thought. We all nodded, and as we did, the 4th fish tank lit up.
4つ目の商品は？
This one was larger than the others and had a single 8-inch catfish-like creature swimming lazily inside it.
どうするのさ？
俺たちが取れる手は2つ。一か八か。1500円全額かけてみるか。500。
We had to win at least one of the next 2 bets or the number on the alien would drop to 0. Nurabe's life would be over.
どのみち1500円しかないんだ。下手に分割するよりまとめた方がいいだろ
We all nodded in
う。
approval.
よし、1500円だ。
He tossed all 3 coins onto the tray.
1500円お預かり。
They're gonna lose again because they need to sell
お値段は
the stuffed pig. No, we're spun. When they settled, the price was 2,000. Oh no!
失敗。
The number on the alien's forehead dropped to 1. We could hear water begin to pour into Urabe's tank.
浦部さん
The water had already reached his chin.
くそ。
We'd been excited only minutes before about figuring out the game, but now all of that was gone. Urabe could still breathe, but just barely.
降参しますか。どうしますか。
降参かだと。くそ。仲間への死の宣告を俺たちに言わせたいってのか。
ねえ、もう本当に何もできないのかな。
他にも何か売れる商品があれば。
His fists were gripped so tight they were shaking. Wait! Something else to sell. Oh man, I've almost got it. I totally got it. Alright, I need to think back. We must have missed something somewhere. Our first game was supposed to be easy. That was the one with 10,000 yen, with 100 yen sale that had one 10,000 yen item. Shido thought up a way for us to figure out how much stuff it cost. It turned out the right item was the stuffed dog stain. After that, we came in here and found Urabe. Every time we messed up, water got poured into his tank. We had 10,000 yen budget and we had to buy 5 things, but we ran out of money. I figured out we could sell the things we'd bought and thought that had solved our problems, but we ran out of things to sell. If we just had more stuff to sell, then maybe we could do it. It's the stuffed dog stain, I just had to pick other shit. Easy. That's it, the stuffed dog stain! I think we can sell it too!
えってこれ
Yeah, let me see it. I grabbed the toy from Wakaza and tossed it on the tray. After a moment...
円で買い取りします。
Yes! Coins flew out of the alien's mouth.
そうか。そのぬいぐるみもこのショップで手に入れた商品だった。
なんてこった。お嬢ちゃん。今ほどお前さんを抱きしめたいと思ったことはないぜ。
Cheeto grinned and put his hand on my shoulder. He barely touched me when his expression changed and he quickly pulled his hand back.
あ、いや、なんでもない。とにかく、よくやった。
Thanks! Oh, I totally thought he was going to hug me there for a second. I let out a sigh of relief.
これで振り出しの金額に戻ったね。
ああ、残る賭けはあと1回だ。
さて、最後の商品は
A light clicked on to illuminate a large fish tank.
中に何が入ってようがこれが最後だ。かける金額は決まってるよな。
ああ、最後は
1万円。
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 10,000 yen.
そうだ、1万円。全額かけるぞ。
We dumped all the coins into the tray and the counter began to spin. When it stopped, the number it showed was 5,000.
わお、とびきりの買い物をしたね。毎度あれ。
With that, the alien went quiet, and another much more familiar announcement rumbled over the PA.
バザールプラネットクリア。
Hooray! The gurgling whoosh, the water in Urabe's tank began to drain.
よし、 浦部を助けよう。
This made no sense. It said we needed to buy 5 things. We opened up Urabe's tank, tilted it to the side, and slowly lifted him out. Oh man, oh gosh. I grabbed his hand and felt for a pulse. Every one of us felt like they were about to cry.
それもこれも、サキ、お前のおかげだな。
Yeah, because you're all dum-dums. No, we did all this together. Everyone looked at everyone else and nodded.
ステージ5完全クリア。報酬アイテムを入手しました。
Something that looked like, kind of like a receipt came out of the alien's mouth. It had 07/ printed on it. Ooh, so it could be sunk? Like a ship? Or a video game company? That sunk on a date? What the heck does 07/ mean?
今はひとまず
It's probably for a
する
date.
のが先だ。
ああ、こいつを連れて外に出よう。
Shido and Shirabe carried Urabe's unconscious body out of the shop. As soon as we'd stepped outside, we heard Augustine voice echoing from the speakers.
残念だったな。浦部は返してもらった。快く交渉に応じてくれたお前の行為に敬意を表する。
He smiled a little at Shido's sarcasm. He spat out the words and then hung up.
なんだかいつも以上に疲れちゃったよ。
Oh, we need to warm Urabe up so he doesn't get sick.
ああ、ひとまずレストランまで運ぼう。
I'll ask the piglets if they can give us anything warm. As the others picked up Urabe, I ran ahead to the restaurant to get things ready. Asked the piglets to turn on the heat in the restaurant, and they obliged, even going so far as to give me a large towel to dry Urabe off with. Really been feeling like I can understand them better lately. I was still thinking about that when the guys finally showed up.
サキ、
Oh, you're right on time. I just got this towel.
ありがたい。それじゃあ俺がこいつの体を拭こう。
Thanks. I handed him the towel.
じゃあ僕は目押しさんと一緒にみんなのお弁当を作ってもらってくるよ。
They headed off toward the counter, and I sat down to rest. It looked like we'd be waiting in the restaurant until the hotel arrived. I hope Urabe is going to be okay.
ちょっといいか。
Sure. How's Urabe?
拭き終わってタオルに来るんだ。あとは奴の目が覚めるのを待つだけだ。
Good.
少し時間をもらえないか。
Well, sure, I guess so.
調べさん、少し外してもいいか。
ああ、構わんよ。こいつのことは俺が見とく。
He gave us a dismissive wave and turned back around.
行こ
Sure. What does he want? As we stepped outside, I felt the night wind brush pleasantly against my skin.
う。昨日の話だが、
Huh?
俺がなぜ人を守りたいと強く思うのかだ。
Right. He turned around and looked straight into my eyes. He didn't want to talk about it yesterday. What changed his mind? Stay quiet and listen to him. I should just listen. I nodded.
俺の親父も刑事でな。 愚直でひたむきな泥臭い刑事だった。古い気質と言ってもいいだろう。時にはぶつかりもしたが、俺はそんな親父を尊敬していた。
Chino paused for a moment and he looked a little sad. Did something happen to him?
ああ、親父はある時、警察の上層部からの圧力に負け、たった一つだけ刑事としての悔いを残しながら死んでいった。俺は親父に悔いを残させた腐った警察の組織を変えるために親父と同じ刑事になった。
He sighed and shook his head.
若かったんだろうな。きっと変えられるし、変えてみせる。そう思っていたんだ。しかし、その気負いが俺に大きなミスを起こさせた。担当した事件で同僚を失った。俺が焦ってミスをしたせいだ。だからそれ以来、何かを守るためには常に冷静であれと自分自身に言い聞かせているのさ。
He gave me a bitter smile and shook his head. Thank you for telling me that. I felt kinda bad yesterday after I asked you. But why did you decide to tell me
な
now?
んでだろうな。
He sighed.
俺自身にもよくわからない。だが、なぜだか聞いてもらいたくなったんだ。お前は特別なのかもしれないな。
The right person.
誰かに自分の本当の気持ちを打ち明けたい。そう思うことがあるだろう。
Yeah, I know what you mean. If talking to me will make you feel better, you can talk to me anytime you need to.
ありがとう。こんな話、誰にでもできるものじゃないからな。お前が聞いてくれて嬉しいよ。
I was happy too. It was awfully nice of him to say. I'm glad he feels better now. My face felt a bit warm, but I gave him a small smile. You think we should go back in, Shido? Maybe Urabe has woken up.
でも戻る前に、そのよそよそしい喋り方はやめにしないか。
Yeah, I still talk to him. I still use his surname. What?
そう。これから俺を呼ぶときは下の名前でいい。そっちの方が仲間って感じがしないか。
Sure.
当たり前だろ。
He gave me a short nod and smiled and turned and walked back toward the restaurant. Oh, that was different. It felt kinda nice, though. I smiled to myself and turned to follow Shido. No, Subaru now, inside. We stayed at the restaurant for a little longer, but Urabe didn't wake up. The time came for the hotel to arrive, so we lifted his unconscious body and carried him down to the dock.
どうだった？
Looks like his fever still hasn't gone down. We should probably leave him alone for now. I went to check on Mitarashi, who was still deep asleep. I didn't want to wake him up, so I headed back to Urabe's room.
流星は前に任せて、俺たちは今後のことを打ち合わせようじゃないか。
今後のことって浦部さんのこと？
そうだな。みんなの意見を聞きたい。それに、浦部自身からも話を聞かなきゃならん。
ああ、やはりこのゲームには何か裏があるように思えてならない。昨夜の話にもあったが、ここに俺たちが集められたのも何か意図があるんじゃないだろうか。
その理由が何なのかだな。
おう、そういえば調べさん、あなたはこのランドに何か事件の真相を追ってやってきたと言っていたが、それは一体どんな事件だったんだ？
やれやれ。ここまで来たら 話さないわけにはいかないか。
He rubbed his hand over his beard for a few minutes before he began to talk.
10年以上前の話だ。この金同士の循環バスが夜の道路で中央分離帯を越えて乗用車と衝突した。バスが横転して炎上し、そのバスの乗客と乗用車に乗っていた家族のほとんどが死亡したんだ。
What? I've watched the fourth episode.
その事故に俺が師匠と呼んでいた雑誌記者も巻き込まれたのさ。10年以上前のバス事故まさか金堂循環バス炎上事故か。
It's good.
ああ、何か知ってるのか。
その案件の捜査には俺の親父が関わっていたんだ。
No. This is why no women hang out on Twitch. It's because people say stuff like that.
父親が事故の捜査に。
You mean as a police detective?
ああ、
そうなんだ。さきちゃん詳しいね。
I had a feeling I knew what he was hinting at, but I decided to ignore it for the time being.
その事故、いや、事件は
Yeah, I don't like the objectification comments. I don't. What a bit.
私の父のせいなんです。
I hadn't even noticed Dorabe wake up, but when we turned around, he was already sitting up in his bed.
そいつはどういうことだ。
そしてその事件こそが私がワルドブーに加担することになった原因なんです。
なんだと。
What do you mean?
どんな理由があろうとも皆さんの命を危険にさらした罪はもう許されない。私などあの爆発に巻き込まれて死ぬべきだったのです。
No.
おい、それでは答えになっていない。理由を教えてくれ。
死んでしまえばよかったのに。
It was looking like Urabe wasn't really hearing what we were saying. But what really bothered me was that he kept saying he should have died. We're also happy to hear that everyone had survived the explosion. We all worked really hard to save Urabe and get him back. I don't care what he thinks he did wrong. Huh? How can he act like his life isn't important after all that? Yes, I am getting mad.
すみません。
I don't care what you think you did. Don't you ever say you wish you were dead. Do you know how hard we worked to save you? We don't want you to die.
そうだったのですね。皆さんの気持ちも考えずに申し訳ありません。
Yes? What about it? All those people are there because they want to be. That's the main idea. It's about respecting something or not respecting something. Sure, I'm just... It's like guy talk, you know? Which is something that I think I've mentioned a lot of times that I really don't like. Especially because of my photos, actually. Like I had a group of friends that never respected what I did in photography, or never respected the people who I hang out with, the women I hang out with, and I just cut them out of my life. Because I couldn't be with people who didn't respect my other friends. I couldn't have friends that constantly disrespected my work, my other friends, all of that. Made me feel bad for myself and made me feel bad for the people they were talking about. Like, women get a lot of shit, man. I'm not, like, I think people, I'm not a white knight or whatever. I don't go out and fight for shit. But I don't support when you're unfair. Friends that have done model work for some photographers, they get a lot of shit from a lot of people. Yeah, they do. You can't even imagine the type of messages models get. And let's be honest, the reason nudity or whatever is frowned upon, sometimes it's not even nudity. Like, models get a lot of shit messages, even if they don't do any nudity. The main reason nudity is frowned upon in our culture is because of religious history, right? Ancient Italy, Greece, Egypt didn't look down on nudity as much as we do because they were all pre-Catholic Church. And yeah, it all feels icky. Like you're making art and you're celebrating yourself, and you're celebrating art and yourself and the human body in general. And like, I really, really, really hate when people are not respectful. Yeah. Renaissance art has nudity because Renaissance went and revived the classics, right? But society never went past, even like atheist people never got past the society bias against nudity. And you see it, like, how does it hurt me if another streamer on Twitch is nude? It doesn't hurt me, I don't care. Fuck, do whatever you want with your body, with your life. Instagrams, Facebooks, they all censor it. It's all part of the cultural history. Anyway, I went on a rant. Sorry about that. Just think before you talk next time, okay? Well, I think the game is didn't like my rant either.
結局まだ誰も死んではいないし、お前はギリギリのところで俺たちの命を救おうとした。罪はきちんと裁きを受けてから償えばいい。それよりも一人も欠けることなく生き残るために、今はお前の情報が欲しい。指導さん。
Urabe fell silent. When he finally spoke, it looked like he'd made up his mind.
私の父は大手建設会社の社長なんです。
I mean, you know, I hope you know what I mean. Cause like, that character is like zero about that, about objectification, I think. She doesn't have, well, I guess she wore a skimpy outfit in episode 2 for fun, but because it fit the tone. But other than that, it's such a rich show about anything other than that. And I really like what they're doing with the show. Like for example, I hate that word. Like, oh, that's the same thing. It's just looking down on women. For their behavior. It's a word you use for women that behave like men. But if it's a man, it's decent. And again, I consider myself super against woke shit. But yeah, some stuff just, I guess, rubs me the wrong way.
その父が自分の不正に気づいた記者を始末するためにバスの炎上事故を命じ、罪のない人々を巻き込んでしまった。たまたまその会話を聞いてしまった私は、父を、そして父が稼いだ汚い金で育てられた自分を嫌悪するようになりました。
Oh.
なんてこった。
そんな中、M2 という人物にネットで出会い、私は M2 の勧めで占いに没頭するようになったのです。
What? Wait, M2 is...
調べさんをここに呼び出した張本人の呼び名だね。
M2 はある日私に言いました。私の父が建設に関わっているこのテーマパークを爆破したいと。私はその頃すでに M2 に浸水しきっていました。無条件で彼の言う言葉に賛成してしまったのです。
He paused for a moment, took a deep breath.
なるほどな。とすると、やはり ワルドブーが M2 なのか。
Urabe nodded silently.
M2 のワルドブーの正体は一体何者なんだ。
残念ながら、それは私にもわかりません。私はネットを通じてしか M2 と面識がないのです。
Yeah, anyway, the fourth episode of WandaVision is great. It finally picks up. Other news, I am 2 dungeons away from finishing Persona 4. 4 side quests remaining. A lot of S-links not maxed. There's only one Bopok I didn't get. I don't know what that means. What is a Bopok? Book? I don't remember that quest. That achievement, that trophy. I did 0 side quests in that game, by the way. Read all books. Let me see. Turok 2 Seeds of Evil? But where is Turok 1? Did it release? There's a trophy list for Turok 2 Seeds of Evil. Okay, Persona. Toxic. Alright, I'm 70% done in that game. I don't have registers 100 skill cards. I don't have 250 of Rize's navigation lines. I did not defeat Margaret. I did not read all books. I didn't create the ultimate persona. Did not complete Persona Compendium. Did not fish the Sea Guardian. What the fuck happened? I censored you. I did not max out all social skills. And I did not win the Miracle Quiz Finals. That's what I'm missing. Well, anyway.
その正体につながることも一切知りません。
調べさん、俺、そして浦部。7人の参加者の中で3人が同じ事件に関わっていたことはとても偶然とは思えないな。
おい、若さ、ネオシー。お前ら2人はこの事件に何か関わりはないのか。
そんな偶然あるんだねってくらいで、僕には何もないよ。
僕もだ。その事故のこと自体、初めて聞いた。
そうか。
Doesn't sound familiar to me either.
俺たちが意図的に集められたかに関しては、ひとまず保留だな。ワルドブーの正体はわからないものの、情報は格段に増えた。
Yeah.
ご迷惑をおかけして申し訳ありませんでした。
Urabe bowed his head. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Mai was standing on the other side, a large grin on her face.
お兄ちゃん、目を覚ましたよ。
そうか。それじゃあ、みたらしの部屋で夜飯にするか。
Yeah, you should come with us too, Urabe. He's been worried about you.
はい。
We all followed Mai back to Mitarashi's room. Better not sit it out again. It was the first time we'd all sat down to eat together in quite a while, but we didn't stay too long. Mitarashi was still recovering. As soon as we finished our meals, we headed off to our individual rooms. The moment I was through the door, I made a beeline for my bed. I'm so glad Urabe's safe. He probably still felt guilty, but I was just happy that he was alive. Oh yeah, I should check my phone for messages. I'd forgotten that I'd sent my uncle a text about the notes we'd gotten. Oh? He'd replied. Perhaps I'd missed it in all the excitement.
残念ながらそのメモの内容についてはよくわからない。しかし、たとえどんな境遇でも必ず光はある。その光に向かっていくことを諦めない限り、きっといつか輝ける。輝ける可能性を放棄しないよう、いつでも心に光を持ち続けることが大事だ。
Oh, Uncle. I was touched that my uncle took time to cheer me up, even with everything he was going through. I'm definitely going to do my best tomorrow. I'm so pumped up. A knock sounded. I bet that's Mai. Coming! I hurried to the door. When I opened it,
もう休んでいたか。
Chiro.
違うだろ
What? He looked hurt for some reason. Oh,
う。
Subaru.
俺の名前を呼ぶのはそんなに嫌か。
No, that's not it. I'm just not used to it yet. Anyway, do you need something?
いや、星を見に行かないかと思ってな。
What?
今日は特に星が綺麗だぞ。テラスから眺めると、まるで夜空と水面が溶け合っているように見えるんだ。
That sounds incredible. Sure, I'd love to go. I walked with Subaru to the terrace. Damn. Killing game, but always time for love. Wow, you were right. The view is amazing.
だろ
The water's so dark and it's reflecting the sky so clearly. It's like we're floating in space. We stood together and quietly gazed at the star-filled sky. Wait a second, we're all alone out here. Suddenly I was very aware of my heart pounding away in my chest.
ちっぽけだよな。
Huh?
いや、こうして夜空を見上げていると、俺たちは本当に小さいなと、そう思っただけだ。
That's true. If you look at us from space's point of view, we're tiny, like plankton. But even if we're tiny, we're still alive. We have lives, even if they're really small. Last episode of One Division, though, that was a bop. It was great, man. That's what I was saying. Finally picked up. What? What is it? Did I say something weird?
いや、プランクトンなんて、お前の口から出てくると滑稽だなと思ってな。
Like, I know some people think said that it was a little boring, but I think the show's pacing has been really good, especially because the episodes aren't that big either, right? Was it really that weird? I'd never seen Subaru's expression so soft and unguarded. He reached out and gently ran his fingers through my hair. 20-minute episodes are easy to watch. Yeah, I don't get why people would complain. It's boring. Nothing happens. Like, yeah. Let them set the stage. I think it really works. I think it's really been working for me.
おかしくない。お前はそれでいい。いや、それがいいんだ。
And it's so different from the other MCU stuff, right? That kind of makes me enjoy it even more. Oh, I feel so lightheaded. My world narrowed down to just a tender look in his eyes and the feel of his hands playing in my hair. I can't look away. The night breeze blew over the water and softly passed through the small space between us. Achoo!
寒いのか?
No, well, Shit. Well, that is... maybe just a little. I had tried to hold the sneeze in, but couldn't. It totally broke the mood. I wanted to go bury myself. I was so embarrassed. I couldn't look at him. I heard a rustle, and the warm weight settled on my shoulders. Thank you. Subaru had placed his jacket around my shoulders. Wrapped up in it, my heart resumed its rapid pounding from before. It's so warm. This is his warmth. I can smell his cologne, too. Maybe a way to catch a breath of fresh air after all the emotions of Endgame. Well, supposedly we should have gotten 2 movies before WandaVision. We only got 1. But we already got something after Endgame. But yeah, that's the thing. For example, Spider-Man Far From Home, which was what we got after Endgame, was so predictable. Like, sure, it's a well-done movie, but in reality, who cares? Like, seriously. They've drawn out so much the fact that Mysterio was a villain. I never even expected that to be like a... I thought it would be like a plot twist in the first 10 minutes or something. Yeah, making the twist that he's a bad guy. Yeah. Like, come on, man. We've... Even if we don't read comics, we've seen the TV shows. Everyone has. Everyone has seen some Mysterio. Would have been a twist if they had him a good guy. Yeah, I thought there would be like a different villain at the end or something. From trailers, not while watching the movie. I thought... While watching the movie, I was kind of like, this is happening, isn't it? Like, even those giant titans, well, one of them is real, and it's Sandman. No. We all grown up with Spidey comics or TV shows. Yeah, our generation watched one, but there have been other Spider-Man shows after, so everyone did a good job with, or everyone did a good job. Everyone has certainly seen Mysterio some way or another. Kinda did it with Handman too. And the character from Destiny in Ant-Man. Ant-Man 2 was a good movie and was pretty surprising. Also, that lore isn't so well established like Spider-Man. Like, everyone knows Spider-Man. You have to surprise differently. What? We had spoken so quietly that I couldn't hear him, but he didn't repeat himself. I thought about asking again, but changed my mind. And not in an Iron Man 3 way. We stayed outside, gazing up at the stars, together, and lost track of time for a while. Like, I don't even care if Spider-Man knows he's a bad guy, and the world doesn't. Like Mysterio. But don't make the movie about that reveal. You people that don't know Spider-Man lore probably got spoiled from friends that know the lore and Mysterio is a villain. Yeah, of course. Also, it was a movie where only one actor, with only one new actor, like, in the spotlight. It's gotta be the villain. I'm still a bit tense. I climbed back into bed as soon as I got to my room, and it was only then that I remembered Mai would be spending the night with Shirabe, not me. Mitarashi had actually suggested it, apparently. I hope they have a good time. My heart was still racing. I closed my eyes in the futile hope that sleep would calm me down. There were 2 days left. I'm gonna work hard tomorrow to save everyone. But yeah, like, I really hate the stupid plot twist of Iron Man 3, like, oh, that's not actually Mandarin, he's just pretending to be him. But Iron Man 3, that's like subverting expectations in a bad way. And I still think that's the worst Marvel movie. On that night, my life ground to a halt.
ああ、ここまで来るのにだいぶかかったな。しかし、この道に入って急に空いたな。
Mandarin is a big Iron Dude villain. It's even worse in retrospect because there is no Iron Man 4, right? So you can't even follow up with that plot with Mandarin. The first movie, the bad guy is a corporate bad guy that wants to take over your company. Your Iron Man's. The second movie, the bad guy is a corporate villain who wants to destroy your company to take it over, to have his rival company be better. Why is the third movie again a corporate villain? Do the thing. Iron Man and Mandarin, science versus magic, brains versus like the power of nature. This is something really. This is a theme really important to Iron Man. Humanity triumphing over the unknown, the mystical, which is the same as him triumphing over life by keeping himself alive. It makes no sense to not do this for Iron Man. It's just so stupid. For what? To say haha got you? It's the Last Jedi.
珍しいわね。何かあったのかしら。
どういうことだ。いつの間にか周りに車が一台も。バカな、なんで。
どうしたの？ダメよ。二人ともお母さんの下に隠れて。眩しい。
Was I in the crash too? I'm not supposed to. Well, it's the start of the 6th day, so I'm going to stop here. But yeah, I would like to say, fuck Iron Man 3, The Last Jedi, and Last of Us Part 2. Because it's true. Final Fantasy 13 now that you're at it. I mean, why not? Oh, okay. So it's 2 more stages for Shido, and we're done with the game, I guess. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters. Okay. So there's no true route? There is, of course. Because I'm the 7th. It's 6 guys, so there's gotta be a true route. Well, anyway, yeah, that's it. I'm gonna go. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for hanging out, and we'll be back tomorrow with more sweet views at your side, because the husbandos are at my side in my time of need. Have a good night. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow? No. Go watch WandaVision. Goodbye. Ah, man, my neck hurts. Fuck. Gonna lie down.